and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives. Different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives. Different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives. Different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives. Different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives. Different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, κύριε Υπουργέ, καλώς ήρθατε. Των πάνω από 20 events τα οποία πραγματοποιούνται. Με κάποια implementations, τα οποία είναι, ας πούμε, ασφαλιστική εταιρεία, που βλέπει κανείς το κτίριό της, μπαίνει μέσα και μιλάει με τους συνεργάτες της για ασφάλειες και κλείνει δουλειές. Έχουμε υλοποιήσει πλέον πάρα πολλά έργα τέτοιου είδους, μέχρι και τρισδιάστατα e-shopping μαγαζιά. Αυτή τη στιγμή έχουμε ένα πιλωτικό project, στο οποίο εκεί που τα e-shops τα ξέρουμε δυσδιάστατα και απλά websites, γυρνάμε πλέον στο τρισδιάστατο και περπατάς μέσα σε ψηφιακά μαγαζιά και ψωνίζεις, φυσικά με σύνδεση με το e-commerce site της εταιρείας. Σε αυτή λοιπόν την καινοτομική πλατφόρμα θα πραγματοποιηθεί αυτό το event και μάλιστα θέλω να τονίσω ότι παράλληλα αυτή τη στιγμή η εταιρεία μας υλοποιεί και ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα projects event στην Ελλάδα, το πανόραμα επιχειρηματικότητας του καθηγητή Λαδόπουλου, το οποίο πριν την πανδημία γέμιζε όλο το μέγαρο με χιλιάδες φοιτητές και εκατοντάδες εταιρείες. Όλη αυτή η δράση, το recruitment και όλες αυτές οι εκδηλώσεις για το θέμα της εργασίας στην Ελλάδα πραγματοποιούνται στο panorama.liveon.tech, στην πλατφόρμα μας σήμερα, και θα ήταν χαρά μας να μπείτε, γιατί είναι και δωρεάν να μπείτε, να παρακολουθήσετε και ψηφιακά και αυτή την εκδήλωση. Στο θέμα λοιπόν τώρα του συνεδρίου, και να ευχαριστήσω θερμά την Περιφέρεια Αττικής για την πολύτιμη υποστήριξή της, τον lead sponsor ΔΕΗ, τους sponsors Allianz και Draeger, τους corporate participations Anytime, Autovision, η κταίο λεφόρο Βιλιαγμένης, η News, Ogilvy, Zero Motorcycles. Πολύτιμοι συμπαραστάτες είναι και φορείς που στηρίζουν τη οργάνωση του συνεδρίου παρέχοντας την αιγίδα, το Υπουργείο Υποδομών και Μεταφορών, Υπουργείο Περιβάλλοντος και Ενέργειας, Κεντρική Ένωση Δήμων Ελλάδος, Δήμος Αθηναίων, Σύνδεσμος Εισαγωγέων Αντιπροσώπων Αυτοκινήτων και Δικύκλων, Σύλλογος Ελλήνων Συγκοινωνιολόγων, Ένωση Ασφαλιστικών Εταιριών Ελλάδος, Ένωση Ιδιωτικών Κταίο Ελλάδος, ο Πανελλήνιος Σύνδεσμος Ιδιωτικών Κταίο και φυσικά τους χορηγούς επικοινωνίας, το portal banks.com.gr, περιοδικό Χρήμα, Χρήμα Week, Star Κεντρικής Ελλάδας, TV Star, Θεσσαλονίκη News, Κρήτη24.gr, Πειραίος 365, Xanthi News, Insurance World, virus.com.gr. Ελπίζω σήμερα να έχουμε μια πάρα πολύ παραγωγική εμπειρία και χωρίς να καθυστερήσω άλλον να δώσω το βήμα στον κύριο Τάκη Πουρναράκη, ο οποίος θα μας εισάγει στο συνέδριο.
Καλημέρα σε όλους είστε εδώ. Καλημέρα κύριε Υπουργέ, ευχαριστούμε πολύ που είστε εδώ μαζί μας. Καλημέρα σε όλα τα στελέχη της Περιφέρειας. Καλημέρα σε όλους όσοι μας παρακολουθούν διαδικτυακά. Το ζήτημα σήμερα δεν είναι πολύ ευχάριστο. Δεν είναι πολύ ευχάριστη όλη αυτή η διαδικασία και θα έχουμε την ευκαιρία να τα συζητήσουμε και να τα αναλύσουμε. Αναφέρθηκε ο Κωνσταντίνος προηγουμένως σε μια ψηφιακή πλατφόρμα. Τη γέννησε η πανδημία, αλλά η αλήθεια είναι ότι θα πάει μακριά όπως και οι υπόλοιπες, γιατί πρέπει να μειώσουμε τις μετακινήσεις μας και το ενεργειακό μας αποτύπωμα. Γιατί συμβαίνει αυτό? Συμβαίνει αυτό γιατί έχουμε πρόβλημα. Ελάτε λίγο να ανεβούμε πάνω από την Αθήνα, να την κοιτάξουμε αυτή την ώρα. Υπάρχουν εκατοντάδες χιλιάδες συμπολίτες μας, οι οποίοι ταλαιπωρούνται, όπως και όλοι εμείς, για να πάνε στον προορισμό τους. Γιατί συμβαίνει αυτό? Αυτό συμβαίνει γιατί η Αθήνα σχεδιάστηκε με βάση τη μορφολογία του εδάφους και τις οικονομικές ανάγκες που υπήρχαν τότε εκείνη την εποχή. Και κύριε Καραμαλή, πιθανόν ο θείος σας, αν ήταν εδώ μαζί μας, αλλά το πνεύμα του και τα έργα του είναι ακόμα εδώ, θα μας έλεγε ότι ήταν ανάγκη να κάνουμε την αντιπαροχή. Δεν μπορούσε αλλιώς ο ελληνικός λαός να προχωρήσει. Δεν είχαμε. Και η Αθήνα φτιάχτηκε όπως φτιάχτηκε. Και φτιάχτηκε με ένα σχεδιασμό 1 εκατομμύριο ανθρώπους. 1,5 εκατομμύριο ανθρώπους. 500.000 αυτοκίνητα. Και σήμερα έχουμε 6 εκατομμύρια αυτοκίνητα και 6 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους και 3 εκατομμύρια αυτοκίνητα. Και αυτό θα συνεχίσει να μεγαλώνει. Δηλαδή οι άνθρωποι θα συνεχίσουν να γεννιόνται, θα συνεχίσουν να έρχονται στην Αθήνα, θα συνεχίσουν να κατοικούν την Αθήνα. Άρα βλέπετε ότι έχουμε σταθερές υποδομές και τον πληθυσμό να αυξάνεται. Θα φύγω λίγο από την Αθήνα, η οποία είναι το ειδικό, και θα πάω στο γενικό. Αυτό συμβαίνει σε όλο τον πλανήτη. Όταν γεννήθηκα εγώ, πριν από 50 χρόνια, ο πλανήτης είχε 3,5 δισεκατομμύρια ανθρώπους και του πήρε χιλιάδες χρόνια να πάει εκεί. Σήμερα έχει 8 δισεκατομμύρια και του πήρε μόλις 50 χρόνια. Το αδιέξοδο είναι ορατό και σε όλους όσοι έχουν πρόσβαση, δεν είμαι ανάμεσα σε αυτούς, σε κρίσιμες πληροφορίες όσον αφορά την ενέργεια και την πεπερατότητα των ενεργειακών πόρων, είναι άμεσα αντιληπτό ότι αν δεν κάνουμε κάτι θα βιώσουμε πολύ δραματικές συνέπειες. Οι ειδικοί λένε ότι έχουμε περάσει ήδη το σημείο 0. Άρα λοιπόν το καθοριστικό βήμα είναι να μειώσουμε το ενεργειακό μας αποτύπωμα. Και βέβαια στην Ελλάδα έχουμε έναν αραιοκατοικημένο τόπο, εκτός από το λεκανοπέδιο της Αττικής. Το θέμα λοιπόν του σημερινού συνεδρίου είναι βιώσιμη η περιφέρεια Αττικής? Μπορεί να συνεχίσουν να ζουν 6 εκατομμύρια, 7, αύριο 10 εκατομμύρια άνθρωποι στην Αττική? Και σίγουρα αρμόδιος να μας μιλήσει πρώτα απ' όλα και εκ μέρους της κυβέρνησης και σαν Υπουργός Υποδομών και Μεταφορών είναι ο κύριος Καραμαλής. Από την περιφέρεια Αττικής θα πρέπει να κάνουν πράγματα. Η ΔΕΗ ως φορέας ηλεκτροκίνησης θα πρέπει να μας βοηθήσει να περάσουμε στο επόμενο βήμα, μειώνοντας το ανθρακικό μας αποτύπωμα. Ο ηλεκτροκινητήρας είναι 3 φορές πιο αποδοτικός από το θερμικό κινητήρα. Αλλά δεν πες το στους ταξιτζίδες. 6 δεύτερη φύσης.
Than conventional one, but you cannot tell that to taxi drivers. They want to have petrol, they're petrol heads or diesel heads. It's a very difficult debate. I've seen some of the requests of taxi drivers who went to the ministry some time ago, and I really hate being in your position, dear Minister, because you have to handle all these requests. No. Reality is that the world is changing. Attica is at a dead end, and those living outside will tell you that the main problem they have to deal with is the traffic jam. If this is not the case, then they will tell you that the main problem they're having is something else which is linked to the traffic congestion. So Google can do uh, only certain things, or Mr. Pierakakis. They help us a lot in order to commute more easily. I think it's high time that the Ministry of Transportation and the region of Attica, to take some initiatives, and this is the topic of our discussion. We will be meticulously listening to what you're saying, and I hope that once we're done, we will have a more optimistic view of the things compared to the ones we had at the beginning. Thank you very, very much. Dear Minister, you have the floor.
Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and, of course, congratulate them for this excellent event and for the choice of this topic. Auto Forum is Attica sustainable, with everything making it difficult for us when we travel by car. And if it's manageable today, what will happen in a few years if we don't have any essential interventions by everyone? This troubles everyone, all the citizens, especially Athenians. And this is the reason why you should be certain that we are here today, not to speak in the language of politician, but to speak about things that can be implemented. We must see reality face to face, see what the problem is, what we're doing today, what we can do in the imminent future in order to tackle an issue which is not just a Greek phenomenon. However, we live here, we work here, and traffic for many years is putting great pressure to the basin of Athens. And since mobility is coming back to the levels before crisis, traffic is part of our daily life. Regarding solutions to such a complex problem, first of all, we need to be aware that there is a problem, and then become aware of why we have this problem. So allow me to say three things. One, there is a traffic issue in all urban centers around the world. Of course, this is not an excuse. This is just the reality. It is a given fact. We ought to know it in order to understand that any integrated confrontation of such a motor phenomenon goes above the competencies of a single ministry or of a government. Second point is characterizing the Greek reality. There is total lack of central design based on the modern needs of a capital such as Athens. Athens kept developing, growing, changing, but for many decades there hasn't been any serious central planning to assimilate those changes. And the third point is the pluralism of competencies, another phenomenon that creates problems with these overlapping competencies. Allow me to tell you the following. Center for Traffic Management. It's now under the municipality of Athens. It used to be the Ministry of Transport. Central road hubs. It used to be in the ministry, now it's in the region. Local road networks, municipalities. Urban planning, space planning, it's a huge topic. We are just starting to deal with that. It's under the competence of the Ministry of the Environment and Energy. management and planning of traffic lights belongs to the region. Parking spots. It's both a part to municipalities and the ministry. Now loading, unloading for trades, for commercial stores. It's blur. Now, cars going on bus lanes, blur. Planning of big projects, Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure. Well, be careful. I'm not saying that somebody is to blame. Every person is doing what they ought to do, but competencies are very fragmented. I can even tell you that these people do their job very well. I see people from the region and I know that their work is excellent, given the tools that they have available, which are not enough. And there are many things happening with the municipality of Athens and adjacent municipalities, but they don't have the tools they ought to have in order to face this issue centrally. So, the problem, according to me, is one and only. We have created a very heavy, Daedalus system, fragmented, with excessive red tape, and this system can no longer follow in the same speed any structural or social changes in a department that keeps changing, such as Attica. This is the reality, and we should be able to describe it sincerely. Since we have recognized the problem, now we need to find solutions, and the solutions we need to find have to be imminent. The situation can and has to change. So with the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, we have analyzed all these data that I briefly mentioned, and we have elaborated an integrated action plan to confront traffic issues. It responds to the problems presently, but also to the needs of tomorrow. Sustainable development is at the very center, and at the core, the philosophy is a quality of life for all citizens, but also protection of the environment. We must set the foundations for Attica and Athens that are more accessible, easier to live in, more humane. So this plan of ours develops on 4+4 moves. 4 that we have already done for imminent results, and another 4 that are underway and are being designed in order to face tomorrow's problem. We need to come before nasty events so that Athens may be an easier city. It's better to prevent than to cure. So, first of all, we need to have a clean ring around Athens. This was a drastic measure. It used to have certain results, important results, but is it a solution? No. We will not stop there. We reduced cars in the city center, and we did something more that has never been done. We closed all windows for any excessive and abusive exceptions. You know, the clientelism of a political system. So there is some breath that we can take at the city center, and this environmental degradation has been reduced. Second, more buses. Athens, as well as Thessaloniki, are some of the very few cities around the world that has reinforced its fleet of buses. We have been delivered 800 buses, and today on the roads we have 1,350 buses. Third, we are reinforcing a stable orbit, fixed orbit vehicles. We have three underground stations for Piraeus in lines 2 and 3 of the underground. We have 39 trains. When we were delivered, we inherited 30. There's a more modernization or refurbishing of our vehicles of line 1 with huge problems because all materials and equipment are over 30 years of age, and that will mean reducing distances. And of course we reinforce the tramway, and after so many years of delays we have delivered 12 new stations in Piraeus, and another 25 new wagons are delivered. We have created a new institutional framework for urban mobility with a bill of law about sustainable mobility that we call SVAC. Practically, we open the way for local government in order to proceed without any red tape into a greener urban environment. And of course, you're going to ask, are all these enough to face the problem? Certainly not, but they are essential steps forward. Steps, small, but into the right direction. And what is most essential is that these steps are not fragmented actions, but part of a very well organized and integrated plan. As I told you, there are 4 more moves foreseen for a deep confrontation of the problem. First of all, we do what is self-evident and common sense. We have new and environmental friendly buses coming after a lot of problems. There's been a call of offers that was launched without any financing to back it, but we are now in the last stage for 650 green vehicles to be delivered. These vehicles will reinforce the fleet of Athens and Thessaloniki beginnings of 2023. Secondly, underground or metro projects. Let's start with line 4, the biggest public project being realized in Greece nowadays. Here again we have lack of planning. It is the first new line under construction in the capital after 20 years. So we are planning for an extension of 13 kilometers when in Paris they wanted to extend for 200 kilometers. So better late than never, but this step has been put forward after a huge delay. Line 4 from Veiku forest with 13 stations serving very densely populated areas in Athens. And in our memorandum of understanding with all the stakeholders involved, which happens for the first time in Greece, though it's routine in the EU, we make sure that green equilibrium, green balance will not be reduced in Attica. Third, we are having mature plans for the extension of metro, because what we do is not enough. We need to give also priority to Marousi and northern suburbs, providing solutions to areas with a great flow of workers and great traffic congestion. With intensive work in some few months, we'll deliver the 3 last stations of the extension of line 3 to Piraeus. So the stations of Magnatica, Municipal Theatre, and Piraeus, so that we may do something that we should have done 15 years ago. So common sense, uniting the biggest port of the country with the biggest airport of the country. With Line 2, with the western suburbs, we proceed fast with surveys in order to launch a tender at the end of the year for 3 new stations in a developing area, Palatiani, Ilion, and Agios Nikolaos. At the same time, we start working on the regional train of Attica. We will be funded by RSF, and in the next 6 months, we're going to start. It will serve a big area from Aliosia to Megara. And at the same time, we also have a competitive dialogue underway for the regional train to extend to the east to the ports of Rafina and Lavrio. Then we also have the big road works in Athens. All roads are congested, even Attiki Odos, which is one of the most impressive ring roads in Europe, but the truth is that it's already saturated. So if we do not move fast today in order to find solutions and decongest the streets, in a few years, the streets of Athens will be dead ends. You won't be able to move there. So we have to plan the new road accesses of the country. These projects are Attica projects, as they're called collectively. And we start with one that's already launched. It's the extension of Kimi Avenue, which will start by the beginning of 2023, and we already move for the extension of Attiki Odos towards Lavrio and Rafina. We also do something else. We proceed to the planning of making underground the tunnel of Ilioupoli. It will be very good for western suburbs. For many years, we have been talking about Ellinikon, the biggest real estate in Europe. So far, nobody had foreseen, and not even the investor, but the state either, how people will be getting there. So, for the first time, the state, along with the private sector, find a solution together so that this Iliopoli tunnel may give easy access to a project which will give a fresh breath to Greece. Coming back to the western suburbs, it's quite mature now for the project of completion of the regional road, the ring road of Egaleo. It's an area saturated by cars as well as Skaramagas interchange. This area is always congested with heavy trucks. So these projects are going to decongest Athens Avenue and Schistou Avenue, 2 avenues that on a daily basis raise issues to people driving on them. And finally, what is more difficult is our fourth move, which is the creation of the metropolitan stakeholder. I told you before who has the competencies, and the truth is there's a big range of competencies under decentralized administration, the region, and the municipalities. So we are doing something that should have been done many years ago. We heard the experts and we took the initiative and adopted the proposal of the Association of Transport Experts in order to create a metropolitan stakeholder and do what happens in other EU countries. All stakeholders involved sitting around one table, solving all the problems with regard to traffic, so that everybody should do whatever move by informing first all the other stakeholders. So we're looking at the future, we try to find solutions to the big problems. The truth is that these problems, such as traffic, cannot be solved overnight or with a magic wand. They require of us to be serious, to have a plan, and to keep trying. In closing, I'd like to tell you that this plan is part of an integrated policy traced at the ministry, and I'll tell you that this has been done for the very first time. At the same time as managing traffic, there are also some crucial national objectives that are met, such as road safety, reinforcing electrification, and protection of the environment. So, in order to realize parts of the plan each day, everybody should cooperate. And this is also a big bet for the Greek political system. Our metropolis, our capital, is a modern city. We all want to be proud of it, but it's also a city that we need to hear. We need to read between the lines and see the problems of the citizens, make it friendlier, more sustainable, as well as the title is of our forum today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Κύριε Υπουργέ, αγαπητοί φίλοι από την περιφέρεια, κύριε Διοικητά,
We have improved the conditions of many pavements. Apologies once again for technical problems. And of course, we have ramps for people with mobility impairments. I think it goes without saying, but we had to make it to 2021 in order to have a ramp for people with mobility impairments to exist in all pavements. So, after we reviewed all pavements, we saw that 1 out of 3 pavements in sidewalks in Athens have no ramps for disabled people. The Syntagma Square, its lower part will be enlarged. We have Nikolaidou Street, Pirla Square. We have the Dagli Road will be turned into pavement in Pagrati, and also the unused communal spaces of Andrianou and Agio Asomaton Street. This is a project that have been elaborated and considered some decades ago. Especially the lower part of the Syntagma Square is delayed not just a couple of months, it has been delayed for 20 years. So we're currently implementing the 2002 study, and in Adrianou we are implementing the 2011 study, and we're implementing it right now. So the very recent successful example of the Omonia Square is our driver, the pilot case. We all remember 2 years ago the tents and the works in Omonia Square, which were supposed to be removed after 8 months, and now it has been completed. Nobody now remembers the years when we used to have copper coverings of the square. Now we have a very beautiful Omonia Square where green, water, cold materials prevail, and this has vitalized the entire area. And this is something you can see not just because of the pedestrians crossing the Omonia Square, it's a landmark downtown Athens, but you can also see the investments that take place surrounding the Omonia Square. We have new hotels built following clearances issued in 2020. We also have the call for tenders for one of the most important projects for downtown Athens. We're talking about the pavements and the sidewalks in the commercial triangle, in the wider triangle as we call it. So we want these areas are free, are car free, vehicle free. So we have active mobility using bicycles, walking. This of course will improve the living quality and the atmosphere quality. And last week actually, and that's something that we voted in the municipal board, we voted for the radical refurbishment of Vasilis Sofias Avenue. It's something we've been waiting for 20 years. Studies started in 2008. So we found the opportunity right now in the context of using the Omonia Square as a role model to change also Vasilis Sofias Avenue. The study has been updated, voted for, and we want to have Vasilis Solgas a pilot for sustainable streets in the future, because this area is an area where we used to have 6 lanes, and now we're going to have big sidewalks, a lot of cold materials, green and tramways, and exclusive routing for people with using electrical vehicles. No other cross routing will be announced, and that's the best thing for the workers, and that's what we want. We want to turn some networks which are not needed anymore. Of course, this might mean some nuisance for the citizens, but this will allow us to turn certain areas into areas that will be a joy to live in and to walk in. And one thing more, because yes, the mayor had said that the municipal authority decided to break eggs, and we know very well that the mayor and his leadership has been criticized very harshly for our efforts in order to turn our city into a more sustainable one. But this is something that we would expect in politics. Being able, would someone think Athens without Dionysiou Areopagitou being open? Would someone think of Athens without Voukourestiou being accessible to cars? In order for these projects to take place, there has been a lot of criticism in the past as well. It will take something more, a bit something less for this municipal leadership, and we have no other option. So along this rationale, we have all studies for the archaeological monuments being completed as we speak, so we have proper management, alternative management, and sustainable urban management of water resources. So we have all these actions relating to various squares, Osimaton, Tositsa. We have the green corridors linking Academia Platonos, which was the area where the first university of the Western world was established, with other areas, and of course we have the revitalization of the Georgiou Square. So, in a nutshell, you may understand that the projects underway under the mayor have a common axis, which is to improve the living quality in order to turn Athens into a sustainable city, and they have a common character. Downtown Athens, but you may understand that these projects will also, let's say, spill over to other areas. Now, talking about parking. Because yes, we're doing several works, yes, we are enlarging pavements, but we have issues with traffic itself as a result also of illegal parking. So we will expand the controlled parking system in 4 areas in order to identify the problems and also set the rules that will apply for anyone who would like to park his car in public spaces. Of course, we have visitors, but we also have residents, permanent residents in Athens who want to park their cars. Now, in order to facilitate pavements and cars, we have already installed 800 smart sensors on pavements, so we can anticipate those who, because they're reckless, because they're not educated, because they don't want to respect the ramps. And of course, we want to redesign the zebra crossings in all areas. The municipality of Athens aims at expanding the controlled parking system, and that's why we will introduce some 11,000 new parking slots, and we want to increase them by 25% by 2030. Now, talking about e-mobility, that's a huge chapter. This is, let's say, the 5th generation of urbanization for cities. So, as far as e-mobility is concerned in Athens, we have just completed a network of 25 publicly accessible charging stations via the program Adapt Your City. And thanks to the Green Fund resources, we are one of the very few and the very first municipalities that has an integrated plan for charging cars in Greece, in Athens, so we can have 1,000 charging stations for all residents and visitors of Athens. So we have some actions, but we also have the feedback, because this is part of the philosophy of implementing these projects. You have to do something, you have to run your pilot project so you can take the feedback, use it accordingly, and implement that on the next projects that will follow. So in this rationale, all stakeholders, governmental ones and local governance, but also members of the academia will have to join forces. And of course companies themselves, because they have some great case studies introduced from abroad. So, in a nutshell, if I were to give one single word reply to the conference, is Attica a sustainable region? I would say that as far as city center is concerned, we try to do that, and we're implementing all these actions that we should in order to turn Athens into a sustainable city, and this is what we're working on. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τον κύριο.
Thank you, Mr. Axiotis, Deputy Minister of Urban and Building Infrastructure, Deputy Mayor for the Municipality of Athens. Well, you said something about doing things and being blamed at. Same thing happened when we had the big walk in Athens. It doesn't mean that the municipality of Athens made a mistake or that Yannis doesn't know how to design. It's a mindset problem, a change of culture problem. You said whether Athens is going to become a sustainable city, but the thing is, the question is, we will be on time. We have people, for example, in the city of Cairo, over 15 million people, and they say that after 6 to 8 o'clock, they no longer get out of their homes. Will we become like that? Mr. Patoulis, you can have the floor. It's our governor of the region of Attica. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Mayor, President, Mr. Pournarakis, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'm very happy to be here with you. I'd like to welcome you at this fifth Auto Forum and wish every success in the works of this interesting conference that will show all common parameters of a vital problem for Athens as a sustainable region when it comes to traffic management and road safety. Traffic management is one of the most important problems in the daily life of the Athenians, and I was speaking on the radio today where the major issue was traffic. In the last 2 years, we have had a lot of road changes. The pandemic has caused a lot of fluctuation, and this fluctuation of the cars has brought about big congestions and traffic is at a record level right now after the 2 years of pandemic. So how can Attica be a sustainable region? According to me, this is one crucial question that preoccupies this conference and gives us an opportunity to see what we've done so far. We heard Mr. Axiotis certain that the minister, through a design of a big project that's been done for Attica, allows us to see what are the proposals that can be realized and can emerge from this conference. Let's take things from the start. We are there to manage regular and safe traffic of so many cars in infrastructure that used to be for 1 million vehicles, whereas now we have 2.5 million. Given the energy crisis, we are registering one record after another in prices increase, but cars in Attica increased even more since we have an abrupt sale of cars during the pandemic, and now after the pandemic there hasn't been any extension or any restoration of any change of mindset so that citizens may take mass transportation. We tried to show, and we have here Mr. Yanakopoulos, who is the deputy regional deputy governor of the region with regard to transport. So we understand what it means to maintain main road accesses. When we took over, most such accesses were paved over 40 years ago. And even road lights and other equipment are and were in great need of maintenance. So we had to upgrade the role of the general direction that deals with such infrastructure and be able to deliver to the citizens a new and modern traffic management center that controls traffic out of 300 cameras with 1,000 sensors. And I am the coordinator for any incident happening and the improvement of the road access. We also maintain 36,250 traffic lights in Attica. Our center, that is there for 365 days a year, 24/7, is a useful tool to improve traffic in Attica and is in constant cooperation with the control room of the Greek police. We also have a lot of data through frequencies and radio broadcasts in order to inform citizens over traffic, and we upgraded communication with the users of the road network by creating 1544, a four-digit number 24/7 with regard to road network, since we believe that we cannot correct what we don't know that needs correction. So along with the users, with the citizens, we have this bilateral relation. Another important element of our project is accessibility of all pedestrians, especially disabled, and we gave the first modern pedestrian streets for the in pedestrian in the smart city as a safe light, which means that people should not be distracted and that they should be able to see the red light of the traffic light for the pedestrians. What we want is for such places, for such crosswalks of pedestrians to be zebra painted and to be clearly seen by everyone. Same for Sigru Avenue. We gave to pedestrians the underground tunnel that connects, that links Pandios School with Neokosmos suburb. We will improve these underground crossings and tunnels for pedestrians, and the total budget is about 100 million euros. This amount was frozen in court hearings and court cases for many years, but now we have started improving crucial hubs such as Poseidonos Avenue, which is now a new road access with a new pavement, new crossings, new LED sidewalks, green islets, new signage throughout the waterfront till Vouliagmeni harbors, and with important interventions in Sunion Avenue and in the tunnels of this coastal road. We are prioritizing such projects in other road hubs as well, such as Piraeus Avenue, Athinon Avenue, etc. In a few days, we're going to start improving the road network in Piraeus as well, the whole of Piraeus. Yesterday, we also signed a new operating period of 24 million for municipal roads as well. And of course, I also need to talk about the emblematic avenue of Vasilis Samalia and all the radial roads of Syntagma. We have now a road reconstruction, refurbishing of these streets. It is an initiative that also supported the Rally Acropolis project. We have made all possible efforts to protect drivers and pedestrians. We changed all the data when it comes to driving, and there's another project of 37 million changing traffic lights in all big central bus roads in order to making the light more sustainable and saving about 70% energy. I think this is very important, especially now that we have this energy crisis rising in the last years. Another important thing we're very proud of, because it changes traffic data in Greece, is the installation for the first time in Greece of technical detection measures for any violation of the red light. I think that when controlling more, we can prevent violations and reduce traffic accidents. We are certain that inflicting a fine can avert violations, and prevention is always better than repression. So in this direction, and according to the law, and respecting personal data, we have the first cameras there. The first data are concerning. We have over 250 and up to 300 red light violations in only one crossing. In the next period, we will have more recordings. We've had a service of the road access, and according to the data of the police about accidents, in these crossings, accidents are quite frequent. At a time when even the EU wanted to reduce speed limit from 50 to 30 in order to have more road safety, when at the same time reducing the footprint, well, it is imposed. It's imposing to have technical means for recording of such violations that are dangerous, such as a red light violation, but also the speed limit, as well as the abusive use of the emergency lane. As a region, we are there to install our technical means and equipment and cooperate with all ministries in order to go ahead with the extension of the road network. And through these full matrix that we have in main roads such as Sigru Avenue and Kifissos Avenue, we will have an integrated awareness campaign. 24 signages keep informing drivers about times, about alternative routes, and also giving them notice of things that can cause problems. In closing, let me say something about the barometer of traffic, which is Kifissos Avenue, the most central highway, since in peak hours we have up to 16,000 car crossings per hour. And Kifissos Avenue has big structural problems, bad tracing, risky parts that create risks to road safety. There are many bottlenecks, and there is an abusive use of the emergency lane. We are already surveying the refurbishing of bad structural spots, and we have vehicles of road safety on the road patrolling every day, offering assistance when possible. In this service will extend to all other bus lanes under our competence, and there will be a platform as well in place in order to move vehicles that violate such lanes abusively. We will also be controlling the function of red lights, and we also have some smart red lights in certain spots that take traffic data in real time and adapt to the current traffic move. So all interventions and projects take place daily in cooperation with stakeholders and the citizens of Attica. I'm not going to get into the details about removing graffiti, removing banners in places that can put at risk the security of and safety of drivers, or some crosswalks that are under our responsibility. We believe that improving speed limits, reducing environmental footprint, and saving energy are important elements. And rest assured that with the systematic work that has already begun and the first results that can be seen, being consistent, being in cooperation with the competent ministries, we are decided to win this bet, and we will win it. Thank you very much.
Κύριε Περιφερειάρχα, σας ευχαριστώ.
Dear Governor of the region, thank you very much. As President of Motorsport Greece, legal entity of the public law through which Rally Acropolis was organized, let me say thank you once again, because the region taking care of Syntagma Square was very important for this special route in Syntagma. This has been an advertisement for the country, in the planet. 400 million people watched this rally. That was the footprint of Syntagma Square, and you contributed to that, and thank you very much. I heard you earlier talking about the increase of vehicles and sales of vehicles. I'd like to hear the viewpoint of the president of the Association of Importers, Mr. Vasilakis, George Vasilakis, president of the Hellenic Association of Motor Vehicle Importers and Representatives. After so much time of pandemic, though we would like to be speaking to him online, we have the pleasure of having him live. Oh, sorry, we don't have him live with us, but only online. Thank you very much.
Ότι δεν είμαι εκεί. Είναι πρώτη φορά που δεν παρευρίσκομαι. Δυστυχώς έχω ξένος στη δουλειά μου και δεν διέθετα τις 3,5 ώρες που θα μου έπαιρνε από τα βόρεια προάστια που μένω να διανύσω την Αθήνα για να έρθω και για να επιστρέψω. Είμαι κάτοικος Αθηνών, διαθέτω ένα σπίτι που μου αρέσει πάρα πολύ στο κέντρο, το οποίο δυστυχώς αναγκάστηκα να εγκαταλείψω πριν από 2 χρόνια, διότι δεν άντεχα πια το κυκλοφοριακό και δεν άντεχα τη ρύπανση. Οπότε είμαι παθών και έχω κάνει από τη δική μου τη μεριά, χωρίς μεγάλη επιτυχία, ό,τι έχω μπορέσει για να βοηθήσω σε αυτή την προσπάθεια, για να καλυφθεί το θέμα το οποίο, να διευθετηθεί τουλάχιστον, έστω και μερικώς, το θέμα το οποίο συζητάμε σήμερα και σας συγχαίρω για την πρωτοβουλία. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ τον κύριο Πατούλη που ανέφερε στο τέλος τα έξυπνα φανάρια, διότι έχοντας ακούσει και τον Υπουργό και τον Αντιδήμαρχο και τον κύριο Περιφερειάρχη, το μόνο που δεν άκουσα είναι την ύπαρξη, την τοποθέτηση έξυπνων φαναριών στα οδικά δίκτυα της Αθήνας. Αυτό είναι κάτι που όσοι εξημών ταξιδεύουμε λόγω δουλειάς στο εξωτερικό πολύ το έχουμε ζήσει. Είναι απίστευτο το πόσο βοηθάει το κυκλοφοριακό. Είναι κάτι εύκολο να γίνει. Υπάρχουν επιδοτήσεις από την Ευρώπη για την αντεκατάσταση των φαναριών με έξυπνα φανάρια και τα αποτελέσματα είναι θεαματικά. Οπότε μπράβο στην περιφέρεια που το έχει βάλει αυτό σαν μία προτεραιότητα. Τώρα, όπως έχω πει επανειλημμένα στο παρελθόν, όσες φορές με έχετε καλέσει, κατά την άποψη του συνδέσμου μας, το κυκλοφοριακό, η ρύπανση του περιβάλλοντος, τα θέματα της οδικής ασφάλειας, σε όλα αυτά είναι αποτέλεσμα της μοναδικότητας που έχει η χώρα μας και οι μεγάλες πόλεις της χώρας μας, πρώτη και πιο σημαντική την Αθήνα, την απουσία αντικινήτρων για την κυκλοφορία παλαιών και ρυπογόνων οχημάτων. Δεν υπάρχει άλλη πόλη στην Ευρώπη, στην αναπτυγμένη Ευρώπη, η οποία να μην έχει κάποιο είδους αντικίνητρο στην κυκλοφορία ενός παλιού ρυπογόνου φορτηγού, ενός παλιού ρυπογόνου γιοταχή, και αυτό φυσικά έχει σαν αποτέλεσμα το να μειώνεται η κυκλοφορία αυτών και να μην αυξάνεται.
To the decrease of traffic because we have new cars getting into the fleet, but we don't get rid of the old ones. So we understand that our city is a bit particular because compared to other European cities, we have an issue which of course doesn't relate necessarily to high incomes because those living downtown Athens are not the ones well off. So in order to give counter incentives for parking, for using one's car in the city center, for the introduction of old cars down in the city center, is something that will have an impact on these people. And given the fact that we've been through a financial crisis, it goes without saying why it's very easy to understand why in the past 12 years we have been unable to implement such measures which are the ones that the government wants, needs and believes in, because we've seen them having an impact abroad. For instance, an entry sticker or a coupon for entering the city limits, which will be an annual one, a validity of 1 year, placed in a visible place and will be very cheap to acquire. We're talking about very small costs, but because of the times we're going through, it's very difficult to enforce such a measure. What's the outcome? As we've said again and again, currently we have the oldest fleet across Europe, including the countries of Eastern Europe, which have adhered to the European Union some years ago, and of course the incomes there are quite lower, almost 50%. The minimum salary is almost half the Greek one. That's something that concerns us. We have to do something about it. This should be our first priority. Let us not fool ourselves. It's not certain that those using old cars are the ones who cannot afford to change their car and acquire a new one. We know very well that there are no checks, no controls, there are no counter incentives, as I said. As a result, we have a lot of people who still use them, still own them, although they can change them or replace them. Another source for the increase of car fleet in Athens during crisis has been the dramatic increase of imported old cars. 70 or 80% of all imports, if I heard correctly. So in collaboration with the Greek government, we were able to achieve in changing, not just smart taxing them, because they used to have a flat rate enforced on them. So you would bring a 5-year-old car and you would bring a 12-year-old car, you would still pay the same tax. 2 years ago, the government changed this logic and they eradicated taxes on new technology clean cars, the so-called Euro 6 ones. And the government increased a bit the taxes to be paid for old generation cars. The older the car, the higher the tax one has to pay for the pollution they create if exported to Greece. This brought about something very positive, and of course we have to congratulate the government for that. The average age of imported cars used to be 11.5 years 2 years ago. Now it's 6.5. But the number of cars imported has not decreased. There hasn't been a single car less imported in Greece, in Greece, sorry. So nobody's losing. Instead of, let me say that, instead of being the depot of old cars of Europe in Greece, now we're importing cleaner ones. So the government, thanks to some self-criticism and understanding that controls were not enough, asked for some kind of inventorying carried out at CTEO of the mileage of all cars checked at CTEO, the private certification agencies, because sometimes you have a car, it has 100 kilometers of mileage, and out of a sudden, during the next check, it has no more than 50. This, of course, the government also introduced some kind of clearance by the Greek CTEO in order to allow a car to circulate in Athens, in Greece. Let me also say the following. It's okay if we accept that we will have no counter incentives for the use of the existing old cars in Athens. Because our society cannot afford that. Okay. But are we gonna continue leaving them unchecked? We must find some common ground, some golden mean. It's okay if we don't have obligatory removal of old cars or decommissioning of old cars, but maybe we should allow for natural decommissioning of these cars. What do I mean by that? So a 20-year-old car or 30-year-old car costs much more compared to a new car when it comes to its maintenance, if maintained. So if we change the petrol pump or the catalyst or the smoke trap, these things cost. And this lead to the following. Apart from counter incentives, as I said before, lead to owners being unwilling to keep an old car at their position because the maintenance cost is quite high compared to new cars. And this is not the case in Greece. So we know because of the ratio of cars in circulation to the spare parts, like the 3 ones I said before, we know that not even 1/3 of these cars are not even 1/3 of these cars have these spare parts changed. So the problem is that we don't even have some checks or statistics in order to know what are the pollution generated by these cars if they don't have a new pump or a new catalyst. Because some people take the catalyst out, and we have software engineers who have, let's say, mingled with jingled with the CPU of the car so it can operate without the existence of a catalyst. This means extreme pollution by these cars. So it's very, very important to have some kind of obligatory check of cars circulating in our country, in our city, both for reasons of pollution and for reasons of road safety and living quality, because we know that in Greece we have 14,000 deaths because of cardiovascular diseases. We have 2 times more casualties in the roads compared to the EU, and also we have a very high cost, health cost because of that. This is not that clearly attributed to the existing fleet, but it's undoubted that it happens. So when we have no natural decommissioning of cars or neither an enforced one, the problem that none of the previous 3 speakers, the 3 gentlemen mentioned, because we have the statistics and we provide them to them, the problem is that compared to other EU countries, in which if 9 cars are added to the fleet, we have new 9 cars decommissioned. In our case, the ratio is 3 to 1. So we have 120,000 new cars sold every year. We have approximately 80,000 used cars imported every year. So the total is 200,000 cars added in the fleet, and naturally we have no more than 50,000 cars decommissioned. So the total fleet is 5.5 million cars, vehicles actually, which means that we have an annual increase of vehicles in the streets of approximately 3%, whereas the same percentage in EU is quite less than 1%. So natural decommissioning is something extremely important. So what we did was we kicked the can down the road, and I think this should not go on. It is very, very important to understand what the Minister said before with respect to the new road access. It is certain that this will give us some relief, but if you have a 3% increase of the fleet every year and with no counter incentive for users to use their car instead of means transport in order to commute, then I'm not certain whether we will be able to resolve the problem. And I'm afraid that the example Mr. Pournarakis shared with us is something we will see in 10 years' time for certain. Now, ending. I'd like to say that it is very, very important to understand that because of the mistakes committed in the past, also because of our culpability, if you like, we have deregulated the use of diesel cars in Athens and Thessaloniki. It used to be forbidden, and it happened in 2011. But what we saw, it's something that we couldn't imagine. People take out the fume trap, and this makes them extremely polluting. So we're talking about what's good for our city. So the government, one and a half year ago, introduced the Κινούμε ηλεκτρικά program, the electromobility scheme actually, that allows a consumer to have an €8,000 allowance, or let's say support for purchasing an electric car, which means no pollution. As the mayor said, the vice mayor said, there is a plan for 1,000 charging stations to be installed. The trend we currently identify is really strong because there's a great interest by the people, and it is increasing. Is it enough? Is this enough to solve the pollution problem? It will take time because now we're talking about 2 to 3% of total car sales. Even if we made it to 50% of car sales being electric, we will have 60,000, 70,000 cars compared to the to the 5.5 million cars and vehicles already in the streets. So it is undoubted that there has to be some kind of checks or controls of the cars in the streets. What cars do we have in the streets? What's their status? When do they and how they are maintained? Especially the last thing about their maintenance is of major importance in order to meet the objective we are talking about, which is to solve the traffic problem in our city. About the question Mr. Punarakis addressed to me, yes, the sales of e-cars in Greece have never reached EU averages, even when times when we were well off. We used to sell 20 cars per 1,000 residents. Now we sell, last year actually, we sold 7.6 cars per 1,000 residents, whereas the EU average was 25 cars per 1,000 residents. And in the past, before the pandemic, that was beyond 30 cars. So the problem is not about how many new cars we have in the fleet, but how we maintain the old ones, and how many people use old cars without reason, because this allows them to make it to Acropolis, find a parking place, using their old van, badly maintained, etc. So we have to change that. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον πρόεδρο του συνδέσμου, τον κύριο Βασιλάκη.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vasilakis. Allow me to say that we're talking here about, a picture. Let's say, how can we solve the problem immediately by implementing the law? You don't have technical control, you cannot be mobile, you're not insured, you're immobilized. I mean, that would solve the problem overnight, but we can't really do that in the act, and this is the truth of the matter that we live on a daily basis. So we saw on Alpha TV what happens with a very big bus going upwards Mesogion Street, the area of Yerakas. He was intoxicated. The alcoholic test says that. Went over the islet, dividing the directions, and went into a store. There is a druggery company that does not let that immobilizes the vehicle if the car driver is intoxicated. And Ms. Vasilakis of OAS is the co-organizer of this forum. I would like to ask her to give us this opening speech, Panos Milonas Institute. Ms. Milona. So, let me welcome you and thank you. I'm very happy that Takis Pournarakis and Kostas Zouzounis coming to find me 5 years ago at the Institute has concluded in the organization of a NATO forum which has become an institution. We're here every year to talk about such important issues. I'd like to thank the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure, Mr. Karamanlis, for all the optimistic project that he described, but also for the support and the possibility that he gives us to move forward and to cooperate with us. I'd like to thank the Governor of the region for our constructive cooperation, the municipality of Athens for responding, and all those who responded directly to the invitation about the organization of this sort of forum. I'd like to thank mainly Ms. Luciana Iorio, who is here with us. She's the president of the Global Forum in the UN. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for being with us. Thank you, Luciana, for your response. And Mr. Andamandiadis, president of ISIM, who lives in Geneva, but is very active with the chambers in our country. So, sustainable road safety and sustainable mobility, routes for life, environment, and human beings and people. We are part of such evolution. The Institute has been there for 17 years of action, consistently, continuously. I'm not going to talk about Panos. Panos has become a symbol for the younger people who lose their lives on road accident. It's a Panos of every Greek family, of all family, that gives everything for the children, the future of this country, and then everything stops. After the tragic death of Panos, marked the beginning of the Institute. The vision is a world without road accidents, and our mission is to affect society for a traffic culture, and I believe we are making steps towards that. At the Institute, we have scientific qualified personnel, and we try to combine technical background with humanistic sciences. We have psychologists, researchers, transportation engineers, etc., and we have a role as a consultation stakeholder. We are members of the United Nations Road Safety Collaborations, and I'll give you a few things about road safety and the plan where we were actively involved. We are also trying to coordinate the European Road Safety Charter. We try to promote ideas realized in other countries. Sometimes they're realized in other countries far easier compared to Greece. We are members of the European Transport Safety Council, of the FIA, of the IRF, of the Global Alliance with NGOs for Road Safety, Eurorap, the Italian Federation for driving schools, etc. The work of this institute has been recognized worldwide. This gives us a great responsibility. We must always be there and accountable. We got awarded by the European Parliament, by the Swedish government, of a country top in road safety. Awarded us because it was inspired by Greece for ISO 39001 about management of road safety. Who would imagine that? And the last award that we got was from the Academy of Athens, with the award of third class for moral and political sciences. And I should say that I owe these awards not only to my fight, but also to all other people that I work with, my team. We have a worldwide presence. Most of you know of this institute being present in other countries, even in Japan and Iceland, Canada, America, United States, and some numbers about education. At the end of 2021, we had 230,000 students that we trained in school classes. This is a number that keeps growing. And after the lockdown, we started very dynamically in school. 1/4 of students have already attended our programs for all ages, but also for companies. And these are the ones, of course, that maintain us alive. The military, pharmaceuticals, even penitentiary institutions. There are also some sentences that refer violators and delinquents to our institute. When we started in 2004, we had 1,670 deaths by road accidents. This number has been greatly reduced, and the Ministry of Transport also got the award for road safety. I think we had contributed in the reduction of numbers, because of course we had the extension of road network. We cooperate with Hellestrup and with other partners protecting life in highways. And let's talk about sustainable development and road safety objectives. We used to be a representative in the UN to explore issues of road safety and sustainable development. And with the research and a big questionnaire that we've had, we saw how we should give a priority to health issues and road safety. Apparently, physical, mental health, mainstream equality, even climate change and environmental protection are intrinsically linked. Even the Prime Mr. Vasilakis earlier talked about the environment and its link. Now about these 10 years of actions about road safety and the Stockholm Declaration, where I was present, and the resolution of the UN contribute, of course, and highlight the importance of road safety, even the role of the special envoy, Mr. Todd, for road safety that we hosted last year and met with him, with the governor of the region, the prime minister. The objective is to reduce by 50% fatal road accidents. What we say is zero road accidents, no death is accepted. The objective compared to sustainable cities and communities, which is linked to this conference today, is up to 2030 to have access to safe, affordable, accessible, sustainable transportation systems for all, improving road safety, extension of public transportation with more buses, as the minister said, being very careful in the needs to the needs of vulnerable populations, children, women, and the elderly. Now, with regard to this a decade of actions for road safety, we participated in tracing and elaborating this project about road safety, which we presented to the Greek Parliament. It was the very first such meeting with this topic. Let me say that this global plan is being translated in Greek, and we will give it to all ministries. We will present it to the region, and we will give it to all the press. Now, about this decade and the global plan, what it describes, what it includes, what has to have occur by whom at all levels in order to achieve the objective of reducing deaths and injuries in road accidents, calling upon governments to implement the safe system approach in their national strategic plans. In Greece, we have a plan elaborated by Metsovion Athens University with the cooperation of the Ministry of Transportation, and we have contributed a great deal. The pillars of this decade for road access are 5. The first has to do with multimodal transportation and spatial planning. Second has to do with safe road infrastructure. Third, safe vehicles. Fourth, safe users of road networks. And fifth is care after the accident. We're monitoring the response of ambulances, of the police. How much time do they need to get to the accident? So here we have the first pillar about the multimodal transportation and spatial planning. 70% of global population will be living in urban environments by 2030. This means increased mobility and mobilization. The capacity limits of existing systems are mainly based on passenger cars and motorcycles. This, of course, means that we need to implement in systems of public transportation, that we need to optimize combination of motor cars and non-motored means of transport. And we also need to have a healthier means of transport. It also means implementation of policies reducing speed, giving priority to pedestrians, bicycles, and users of mass transportation. We have a pilot project in Evia. Mr. Karamanlis is going to present it next month. It will be pilot and model for the rest of Greece for speed and for systematic monitoring, easy access to services of mass transportation, discouragement to use passenger cars in urban, densely populated areas, alternative solutions for transportation, better link between mass transportation. We heard about the metro being extended. For example, in central stations of metro, we could have parking spots or some commonly used public bicycles, etc. This is part of the global plan, and I'm very happy that we heard such topics today for the country. Then we also have the construction of infrastructure to serve all ages, even disabled, and promotion of a positive marketing using incentives to promote sustainable transportation. For example, employers can cover the cost of monthly cards to mass transportation. The role of the Institute is to be by society, by the state. We were there in the public deliberation about the two bill of laws of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, Greece in Movement, for sustainable urban mobility, micromobility, modernization, etc., and the bill of law for 4850 driving safely, for the modernization of the education and examination of candidate drivers. We also, our role is also for the strategic plan for road safety. We cooperated with Mr. Yanidi and his team. So next to by society, by the state, but also actively involved in the World Forum for Road Safety that took place quite recently in Geneva. Ms. Luciana Iorio is presiding this forum. We presented micromobility, highlighting concerns about road safety, suggested measures, next steps. And Ms. Luciana Iorio, in her institute, it was the first institute that talked about micromobility and the agenda of the UN. Thank you, Luciana, for the acknowledgement and the recognition. And we will close with two images, two examples of actions that we have taken, showing that we're close to society. Last week, for example, we were in northern Corfu for the whole week. all secondary education schools of northern Corfu were informed about the road safety. It's important for adolescents to be informed, especially after the new measures and the order of the minister about the driving license being given now even to 17-year-olds. It's a good thing that the region of Attica has approved a program for secondary education schools. Now, these are messages of the global action of the UN. Mr. Macris, my associate, will facilitate all those who want to be photographed with these messages. And another picture from a festival, Road Safety Festival, last week as well. The same week that we were in Corfu, we were at the same time in Larissa for young children here, early education and primary education. Moving Stars was the name of the program, so younger children learn how to move properly because they also need to have the right motor education and age. Our institute coordinates this Erasmus project for 7 countries. We're the lead partner. We're very enthusiastic, and I am certain that it will be an international good practice. That's all I had to say. My team, Mr. Macris and Mr. Bruzes, will present to you at the last panel micromobility and road safety issues. Keep tuned with us. We have very good speakers, very interested ones, and I will convey, I guess, the same message as the minister. It's just a coincidence of great minds thinking alike. Everybody has a role in the creation of a sustainable and safe circulation system in order to achieve the objective of Vision Zero. We have the knowledge now, we have the tools, but now we have the big responsibility of working together for a world without road accidents. Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll be able to announce even more things in the future to make our country a safer place. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think we have a short video to play. Yeah, please watch it.
Ινστιτούτο Οδικής Ασφάλειας Πάνος Μελωνάς. 16 χρόνια τώρα μένουμε πιστοί στο όραμά μας για έναν κόσμο καλύτερο, χωρίς τροχαία δυστυχήματα, με ασφάλεια και πολιτισμό στους δρόμους. Έναν κόσμο που αξίζουμε και τον έχουμε ανάγκη. Και συνεχίζουμε. Σε αυτήν την προσπάθεια σας θέλουμε όλους δίπλα μας.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ την κυρία Μιλώνα.
I would like to thank Mrs. Milona. Good news have to be shared immediately. So, we have a newborn baby, Mr. Papadoniou. Panagiotis has just become a father. Congratulations, some good news to share with you. And thank you for being here in such a day. He brought some candies. Great. Yeah, just a few minutes ago. Yes, so, according to the Gospel by John, everything starts with a discourse. So I think you understand. I think we have not a good, we cannot hear the speaker properly. So, according to the Gospel, I have a question to you, and I'd like to have your reply on that. The golden mean of 168 may be found in all natural things and other things, sadly or not. How long do we spend on vacations? How much time do we spend on vacations? As Athenians, let's say. So, one, give me a number. How many days of vacations do we get? 1 week, you said. So, 1 week of vacations, great. This is exactly the same time, and Mr. Tsatiris, the General Director and co-founder of PriceFox.gr, it's the same time that we squander, that we waste every year on the road in Athens. We spend the same time on vacations like the time we spend while commuting, stuck in the traffic jam. Mr. Tsatiris, you have the floor. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank Mr. Pournarakis, the Auto Forum, for this kind invitation to me. My name is Dimitris Tsatiris. I'm the General Director and co-founder of PriceFox.gr. I will talk to you about this thing, the thing that's in everybody's mind. We'll try to add numbers to the topics we have discussed already. So we'll waste 7 days stuck in the traffic jam of Athenian streets. No, we all love Athens. We all love having walks around Athens, but I'm pretty sure that we prefer spending time doing something else instead of being behind the steering wheel for 1 week every year. Maybe you know us. I represent PriceFox.gr, a Greek startup offering Greek consumers the capability of comparing prices online for buying and insuring a car. So why should we have a startup in the insurance and the service world on cars and dealing with traffic safety, road safety? The reply is very simple. The data. Data are very important when it comes to driving behavior in Greece, and there are many things that can offer. So let's check the data. First, the data on the number of the increased number of road accidents in Attica. So in the first 2 months of 2020 compared to the same months of 2021, we have the following data. In January 2020, the month-to-month increase was 1.86%, but with respect in February the increase was 28%. In February 2022 we have had 422 road accidents in Attica, and the most important thing is that this number exceeds the 2019 figures. So in 2022, in February of that year, we had more accidents compared to the last February before the pandemic. And as we very well understand, road accidents play a very important role in having traffic congestion. So after the lockdown and after our return to normalcy, some of our bad habits have returned as well, and the aggressiveness that prevails, myself as well, when we drive. What else did we see? We saw an increasing number of emergency calls for road assistance. That's not surprising. Mr. Vasilakis mentioned that before. We have a very an aged fleet. The The average age of Greek fleet is quite high compared to the average 11.8. In Lithuania, the average age is 17 years old, and Lithuania is the one a bit higher than us. We have a 16.6 years of average, and that means a lot of cars broken down, malfunctioning, etc. So as a result, we have more delays in the streets. What's the outcome? The outcome is the following. Traffic congestion in Athens tends to reach the pre-pandemic levels. How do we measure that? We have the traffic congestion index. It measures the ratio of delay for a certain itinerary above the time it would take in normal conditions. So for 2019, this indicator was 43%. So every itinerary we covered in 2019 would have had a delay of 43% more time. In 2020, during the pandemic, during the lockdown, this rate dropped to 37%. Now in 2021, it dropped to 37%, apologies. So, which means that in 2021, for a certain itinerary in 21, an Athenian has to spend, if let's say the itinerary was supposed to take 30 minutes, he has to spend 11 minutes more. So 11 minutes stuck in traffic without any reason. This table shows how this indicator is displayed statistically per week and per hour of the day. Just by checking the figures and the colors, it's something quite familiar to us, I think. We all understand that on Mondays and Tuesdays, these are the worst day to commute by car. From 8 to 10 a.m., from 3 to 4 p.m., and from 5 to 6 p.m., these are the hours we have to avoid being in the streets because the index of traffic congestion in average exceeds and actually takes off and reaches 68%. This changes from itinerary to itinerary, from routing to routing, and from month to month. 68% means that for every itinerary we have to cover, we have to calculate double the time, 2 times more time compared to the time it would have taken to cover the same distance without traffic congestion. So, an example. I want to travel from downtown Athens to Marousi. Under normal circumstances, this would take some 30 minutes with a normal speed. If I may take the wrong decision and I do this travel at 8 a.m. in the morning, the same distance will be covered in 51 minutes, which means 21 minutes spent while I'm stuck in the traffic. So the system is deficient, as experts have said. We have a lot of aggressive drivers, an aged fleet which is vulnerable and very vulnerable to breaking down. What's the current state of affairs in other EU capitals, especially in the Mediterranean? There is some improvement. In 2019, we used to spend 7 days. In 2021, as it is the case in other European capitals, Lisbon, Rome, Madrid, there has been some improvement in 2021 compared to 2019. And that's the end of good news, because right now we are ranking and we have the unpleasant recognition of being number one when it comes to traffic congestion. We left Rome in second position. We see that there has been an aggregate delay for all Athenian residents of 5 days and 15 hours, which is more than the case in Rome. In Rome, it's 5 days and 11 hours. In Rome, in Lisbon and Madrid, the car drivers have to waste some 5 days, 4 days approximately. What are the consequences of this traffic congestion? We have financial consequences. As Mr. Pornarakis said, we waste an entire week. We can spend this week on vacations, or we can generate wealth for my country or for my family, which I cannot. We have also consequences for drivers. More money spent for fuel, more time spent, full of inability to organize a schedule. For instance, in order for me to come here, I had to take off 30 minutes earlier, and plus some anger, stress, and worsening living standard. An impact on road safety, more accidents, more quarrels in the streets, increased transportation costs. everything has to, whatever you have to travel within a supply chain now has an additional cost in terms of fuel to be spent, money to be spent, and time to be wasted. Plus the environmental impact, we have increased emission of CO2. So we waste 7 days, 15 hours per year with an old, an aged fleet in the streets, aggressive drivers under these circumstances, and as a result, most likely we will be involved in some kind of car accident. A car accident on its own, it's risky, it's stress generating, but it becomes even more complicated for Greek society because it comes with the problem of non-insured cars. Currently we have 700,000 non-insured vehicles in the streets, despite the tools and the audits of the government, thanks to my auto platform and the fines. This problem is still within us, is still amongst us, and it has a huge impact on all people involved. So the government, the insurance companies, and the insurance brokers like us have to solve this problem, and in order to do that we have to do something in order, and of course in this context we will mitigate the problem of road congestion. So 5 days, 15 hours stuck in traffic, an aged fleet, aggressive drivers. So let's add to that 700,000 non-insured vehicles, which means a ride in Athens becomes extremely risky. So these were the figures I'd like to share with you in order to put things into perspective. I hope this was useful to you, and this will be a catalyst for additional changes in our daily lives. Thank you very, very much.
Αυτή είναι λοιπόν η...
So this is the current state of affairs. 700,000 non-insured cars or vehicles. Mr. Karaferis perhaps has something else to say. Mr. Vikas, a few days ago, he was on the media talking about some 2 million cars failing to fulfill their MOT test. So when I tell you that we have to find a solution overnight, Mr. Erasmus, the head of the road traffic police, is here. So we can solve the the traffic congestion and the insurance problem within overnight if we apply the law. But there's something we can do, and I want to be optimistic about that. I have a fellow colleague of mine, an engineer. He is the head of the Metropolitan Infrastructure Management Directorate of the region of Athens, Mr. Kariotis, and he will present to us the region's plan for road safety and the actions underway. So, Mr. Kariotis, you have the floor.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Bonarakis, for the opportunity given to us to present our plan and strategic planning at this conference, which is honored the presence of the governor of the region, the minister, the deputy mayor, Mr. Laskos, Ms. Milona, with whom we have an excellent cooperation. I intended to start a bit differently with my presentation, but I will start by saying something after hearing the presentations of Mr. Axiotis, Ms. Milona, the governor of the region, and the minister. There is hope because everybody seemed to care deeply and spoke with technical terms, describing the real problems. This is what we do, and what was showcased by the minister and the governor of the region was the need for cooperation and synergy. And if you write, you contributed for ISO 39001, the region of Attica makes it as an on-off criterion for all the tenders launched. So there is only one way, and this is the way of cooperation and synergy. Our vision is simple. We want to exploit technology, opportunities, and make Attica a sustainable place. You see, 1,550 kilometers of road network, 1,000 for the competence of the region, another 600 to other competencies. It's a fragmented network from Kifisos with 100 crossings a day up to a provincial network in Oropos and Western Attica. So different needs, different requirements. And when we talk about safety, road safety, we talk about roads, safety data, signage, traffic lights, even green islets and traffic management are important. Very quickly, I wanted to focus on the actions that we have taken in cooperation. These actions hopefully will be the start of today's conversation and future improvements. You see, the project is big with 250 million projects underway. These are the projects, 100 million for road networks, another 100 million for electrical and mechanical equipment, and we have about 40 million for various elements. You also see the traffic lights. We have 2,170 hubs and interchanges. This means 36,000 traffic lights. We are supervising all that with 227 traffic management cameras that are monitoring, 90 cameras of mechanical vision, 500 sensors, and 525 matrix signs. The center that was modernized and delivered, you can see it on the left, is modern, has the infrastructure to accept schools and universities. Then we also have the control room, the commanding center of the police. We help it maintained and managed correctly. Now about the traffic management center, Mr. Logothetis will talk about it more. So let's talk about the targeted actions to improve road safety. First of all, we wanted to realize the political will for a number and then an application by which citizens will be able in real time and directly report problems faced. We wanted to have immediate information by the hundreds of drivers on circulation. So we have this infrastructure with the number 1544. But since we're all now very familiar with smartphones, we will have iOS and Android with a GPS application. One will take a picture of the problem. It will come to our back office, we'll take it, and we can go and fix the problem quickly. In 1 month, we have 500 applications, 340 are done, 60 are underway, and 100 are transmitted to municipalities. What the minister said about fragmentation of competencies is very true. We transmit requests every day to the ministry. We should have some interactivity with citizens. I have transmitted your request, I monitor and I inform you. I did not just throw it to the next responsible person. For the first time in Kifisos, we have 3 closed type vehicles. So you will see that they are there to assist the drivers. I would like to thank the traffic police and Mr. Elaskos, the commanding officer. So we have an excellent cooperation in Kifisos. We've seen that there's a big number of accidents, 4.5 incidents per day, on average 45 minutes of delay till the road assistance comes. So the suggestion to be implemented right away, within 1 month we will launch a call of offers, are 2 platforms of road assistance in Kifisos, one towards Piraeus, the other one towards Lamia. And these two platforms, in presence of traffic police, will be transporting the vehicles damaged or fixed by accident away. We'll also have two artificial intelligence cameras that can recognize the damage real time. They will learn what it means, a broken car, a broken red light, in order to provide first aid. If there is oil on the pavement, it's crucial to respond quickly. Right now, we have some reasonable time to respond, but with these vehicles now we will be able to interact very quickly. The governor of the region also talked about the camera for the violations of the red line. We believe in that a lot. We were able to install it according to the traffic police advice, and we will go ahead with a second pilot project outside of Hilton and in Piraeus at Iraon Polytechniou Street. You see the picture, the photo of the camera. There are two lenses. One takes pictures, the other one takes videos. They go to a safe server and then directly to the traffic police. An important issue is how to do the ticketing, how you will find who the owner of the vehicle is, where to send the fine, and then see whether this fine is paid. So we needed to have a cooperation with this project that will involve ticketing. We have had a proposal from the traffic police which says that there are 100 crossings with important accidents due to traffic red light violations. So we've had a relevant study in order to install the cameras there. We also have important speed limit violations. There again, the traffic police has advised us we're going to try and solve some technical issues remaining, especially at the areas of Kifisos and Kavalas Avenue, and problems at the emergency lane. The project will be budgeted about 20 million. There is a memorandum of understanding already elaborated between the traffic police and the government. As soon as we have the European funds, we're going to proceed. The governor of Attica has described the model crossing. I can't tell you more. I can only show you a picture. You see safe light that shows that projects the light on the pavement, and right now we have almost ready a project that will create 300 model crossings, walk crossings in Attica. We have secured funding. We have the project, we have the money, and apart from what the governor of the region said, we will also have cameras for the red light violation, thermal cameras to count pedestrians and have circulation data without any problem with GDPR. This is a smart solution of a Greek manufacturer. We can we can convey some messages. For example, road closed ahead when there is, I don't know, some natural calamity or anything. And there will be a camera showing on a matrix thumbs up or thumb down or careful, and we'll see what happens. Another project to be realized in fall is about to be contracted, is about the priority for emergency vehicles. It's work that's been done in 2011 or 12 by the University of Patra, but we didn't have any money back then. Now the governor of the region has approved it. So on 60 ambulances we'll have special receivers and meters in Piraeus. So going to Zanion Hospital, they will be getting green light. We believe 6 to 7 seconds to give the signal. Then people will give green to the ambulance, and if everything goes well, and we'll make sure it goes well, we will extend that to Kifisias, Katehaki and Mesogion streets to make hospitals more accessible. We'll also manufacture in 1 or 2 weeks because we need to finish first with walk crossing, the zebra crossing painting. In Ethniki Adistasi, a pilot crossing without any red lights. There we have the code, the road code, which is violated. Nobody is respecting that crossing. I will not show you the video, but there will be some LED lights and sound interventions. We will reinforce the zebra, and if that goes well, always in cooperation with the institution and the traffic police, we will elaborate a project of budget of 15 million in order to install to 500 zebra crossings this system where we cannot have red lines. We have 650 requests at the city center to put more traffic lights. And we want to be responsible, but we feel disappointed when we say no, but without suggesting anything. And when we tell to these 600 requests no, we should be saying what can be done alternatively. So where we cannot install red light, but there is a need for that, we need to reinforce a signage about the risk, about the danger. We will check all the programs of light. We have 2,700 crossings. Some programs need coordination or some reprogramming. Some people tell me about problems in coordination, in safety. With this project, we will check everything one by one, and we will develop an application for registered users that will do a rerouting. I would say I start from X place to go to my work at Z place, and from our center, management center, we can see incidents and appreciate the time. One thing is the traffic jam, and another one is a road accident. So the registered user would have a rerouting, an alternative route. Don't go there because you're gonna waste 2 hours. The governor of the region also talked about the LED project. For the first time in Greece, we have had we studied all across the sections, and we had all the candidate contractors to give their offers upon the specific characteristics without leaving any margin for maneuvering. And we have put thermal lights. Many people say that there is a cold light, 4,000 Kelvin on an urban environment. Our viewpoint is that these 4,000 Kelvin are improper. We should go down to 3,000. Imagine that from our common lamps we have 1,700 Kelvins. The governor of the region talked about saving energy, but we also have the possibility for dimming. Although here there's going to be some legal issues we will confront it with, and we may see the net metering. If we put photovoltaics, we'll see what else we can do. A pilot action that was realized. And yesterday I asked the cooperation of the ministry to do it. It is to paint red and white the cement road partitions. This also gives the illusion of a speed when it is zebra painted. We'll see that in cooperation with the ministry in order to extend it. Now, for Poseidonos Avenue, from Varkiza to Sunion, we have 21 accidents per year, 45 heavily injured, and 4.5 deaths per year. We talked about that. This is the evolution over time. There's a certain stability. We talked with the governor of the region about that a Sunday morning when before him there was an accident. So we thought that we could have a pilot action. We started with the 41st kilometer. We've had these red membranes that make noise when cars cross. Then we've had cameras that measure the speed and show you that you are overdoing it. And we have a new pavement and a signage. I remember, Ms. Milona, you told me about that. Attention, danger for the next kilometers, road accidents occur. For the time being, no accidents. However, in Poseidonos Street, we need to be coordinated. So we have elaborated a survey with 20 spots of reduced road safety for various reasons. Important serious accidents take place. Again, from European money from the region of Attica, we will execute a project. The survey is already done for medium-term actions about reflective lights, zebra crossings, etc. This will lead to a 50% reduction of accidents, but the solution for this coastway is to reduce or eliminate left turns and U-turns. We are tired, we want to go to the sea and everything. So what do? We have to create roundabouts. And the development agency of the region of Attica is making a survey with 11 roundabouts, some to be constructed quickly, some others need expropriations. We will do that. Well, we take it one at a time. Here you have the cartography of the measures. Here you have an action that took place within 1.5 months, so with a great cooperation with our contractors and the traffic police. So that the risks are eliminated by Karamanlis Avenue. Here you have the rock. According to the geotechnical study, it was ready to be detached, 100 tons, so we had it cut without creating any adjacent problems. We changed the inclination. We've had wiring to the inclined areas and nets. You must have seen that. We used to have rocks falling. Now we have the nets there. We'll do the same at Schistos. The governor also talked about the science of the matrix. It's a great tool. We will use this tool. And now we're going to replace all such signatures that we also changed some signatures that was there to tell the directions with road safety messages. We showed the children road safety issues. Here you have an example of good practice with regard to cooperation. The minister said so, the governor also said so. We talked with the rector of Pandion University. We cleaned the crossing at Panion University for the students. It's already been vandalized 3 times, but we try to approve a survey or impact study to have cameras. There's no other solution than repression there, and in the summer we're going to have a better underground tunnel in Nea Smyrni. It will be a thematic topic from the catastrophe of Smyrni. Izmir, we will have a mixture of free drawing and architectural design. It's something good we will need to protect. We have Rousseau here with one message. We will do similar things in Nea Smyrni, and hopefully we will have the cameras by that time. Otherwise, we're wasting people's money and all the creativity. Finally, I will mention Kifisos Avenue again. Great problem for everyone. We've had a first survey of Kifisos Avenue. What we've seen is that there are some problems in exits and all the bottlenecks that are there. These are things that we will deal with in cooperation with the traffic police and the ministry at a secondary time. But the first thing that we can do right away and easily is mark entries and exits. Many exits are used by drivers as a fourth lane, and when people go ahead, they are in front of some road islet. Here, for example, we're going to have some arrows. We will have a zebra, maybe with yellow and white, showing that the person would have to go to the only 3 lanes instead of 4, because there's no other lane in a while. So here we'll make hubs and crossings more accessible, and we're going to try to have 3 lanes stay blue all throughout Kifisos. And now with the platforms, hopefully they will be operational in October or November, and the help of the traffic police. Hopefully we will have a great improvement over things. Before the exit and the entry, there's going to be a zone of restriction, and nobody will have to enter there in order to have a road accident with the one coming in. For 4.5 little accidents is a big number. Furthermore, something that we prepared yesterday, we have a lot of references for Michalakopoulou Converse and Mesogion. People are moving straight and they don't understand. They must go slightly left to go to Athens or slightly right to Mesogion. They will have a zebra and arrows to direct the drivers in order to save time and accidents. Finally, we will realize a pilot action at Kefisias Avenue for smart red lights. We will create an infrastructure of self-regulated red lights, traffic lights. We will have a pre-selection of systems depending on the time of the day. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Καριώτη για την...
Would like to thank Mr. Kariotis for his comprehensive presentation. All these things will improve our quality of life, and let me tell you that we have hundreds of online participants. I'd like to thank those of you sending messages. Of course, they will allow me to have questions for the panel discussion, but I have the second bit of good news. I think we need some coffee, right? Okay, time for a coffee break.
Different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives. Different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives. different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support.
Είμαστε έτοιμοι λοιπόν σιγά σιγά και παρακαλώ και όλους όσοι βρίσκονται έξω να...
So we're ready to resume our Auto Forum. There are hundreds of people through live on. Let me highlight that an essential objective with Ethos Events platforms are to record everybody's comments, remarks, positioning, so that each and every one of you can communicate your thinking, surveys, proposals through your presence on the platform. For example, now we're going to listen to Mr. Panagiotis Papadoniou. He's a professor at the University of Western Attica, president of Greek transportation experts. And he can give his presentation and distribute it electronically. He can be doing that for years on this platform, and all of you can take advantage of this presentation to have it as an example, to document an argument. You can click for many years this presentation. So please think how easy and important it is for your future work to have a recording of this presentation in the right way. Mr. Papadoniou, you can have the floor.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, κύριε Πουναράκη.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Pounarakis. Thank you for your kind works. Thank you for the kind words for the Association of Greek Traffic and Transportation Experts. We're supporting this event. It's an institution, and I'm pretty sure we will continue doing that because the hybrid nature of these events comes with a lot of advantages, because it keeps the discussion alive even after it's done. So we're talking about traffic congestion, we're talking about traffic rules, and let me be a bit more lax compared to scientific and political discourses. Let me say about the Greek Association of Traffic Experts. Mrs. Alexandropoulou is here as well, the General Secretary of our association. So, we are a scientific organization with some 900 members, apologies. We've been around for 46 years supporting the government, our society, and all our colleagues. I will try to make a more laxed presentation, making comments about a presentation that was delivered back in 2000 by Mr. Yanniris. Maybe if you know me well, you might know that I've been working with Mr. Yanniris in the past 15 years. He was supervising my PhD. We have a great collaboration. So when I started working on this contribution, I visited his observatory webpage, and I tried to find other presentations, and I found a presentation dated 2000 delivered at the SES and delivered at the EOVE, and he gave a speech about traffic in Athens. It's really important to comment on that, because that presentation included 20 recommendations. The first part of the presentation had to do with the then state of affairs, and the second part had to do with his recommendations. If I were to deliver the same presentation, if I were to get the same cover page, maybe the design is not as good, but anyway, if I were to get the same presentation delivered by Mr. Yannis, nobody would understand that it was a presentation coming back from 2000. So it's amazing. It's amazingly negative that It's been 20 years already, and we haven't done the things that colleagues have identified some two decades ago. For instance, what did the association, what had the association proposed 20 years ago? A, an observatory, that will provide traffic statistics. Our association had proposed for a metropolitan organization to be established, as the minister said before. I will comment on that. So we've been discussing about that for 20 years or so. He proposed about the introduction of smart system for traffic control, smart traffic lights, the regional ring roads, in order to avoid the cross routings through downtown Athens, the prioritization of this road access, a new system for parking and stop management. These are some 6 recommendations out of all these 20. Some of them have been implemented. For instance, the Traffic Management Center. It has been established, it is operating, and we're happy about that. And it works great. Telematics in the means of transport, public means of transport. We've done that, great. So we see that although it's been 22 years, we have had the Olympic Games on the one hand and recession as well. This means that certain of the recommendations have not been fulfilled. Now, as for the current state of affairs, let me give you a couple of figures already mentioned, but let me say that Athens has the largest fleet of passenger cars per 1,000 residents. So when we say that the Attica Basin is overwhelmed, is saturated, this is something scientifically evidenced. We have the highest number. We see that the fleet keeps growing despite the financial recession. And as for the traffic, no need to comment on that. Statistics from the Traffic Management Center speak for themselves. Now, 2022. Why are we lagging behind? Why has there been this delay? Despite the Olympic legacy, in terms of infrastructure, the means of transportation, the bus lanes, the fixed rail means like the tram, we have the controlled parking system for Athens. It's a tool currently used by other European countries, or some improvements of the junctions and the interchanges, some left turns, etc. Certain things did happen, but from 2010 onwards, the traffic scenery has been completely abandoned. No serious measures have been taken. From 2010 onwards, we have a multiplicity of laws and responsibilities, which keeps growing. It was just like the case with bureaucracy. That's the point when the metropolitan organization comes into place. There is no long-term planning, so we have some action plans, some strategic plans introduced on road safety or on transport. However, there is no long-term vision, which should be practically be implemented, and we have no clear targets. So, what are the recommendations of our association 20 years ago? Let's update them. We need an effective mechanism for the monitoring and assessment of certain characteristics. I don't think the Traffic Management Center can do that. We have to check the impact of any measure on how the traffic network works, and the center cannot do that because they don't have the means to do that, not because of their specialization. Policing. We are in constant communication with the head of the police. We need a specific action plan. The speaker has to move closer to the mic. Technology is an ally. Technology should be an ally in order to better manage traffic. We also need traffic-specific studies to be carried out. Parking, a very important parameter. We keep on talking about the traffic, and we tend to forget that parking is a critical parameter that leads to increase of traffic. and the degradation of living standards because of cars making rounds in order to find a parking slot, apart from the environmental impact. Means of transport. The the means of massive transport represent the solution. We know that we have a huge fleet of vehicles, so part of the traffic has to be allocated to the means of public transportation. How are we going to do that? During the quarantine and the lockdown, we have had a freezing period. So now these means of public transport have to increase their speed, their reliability, their accuracy. Their costs should be decreased. They have to be more comfortable, safer. And I think the new fleet, the new incoming fleet, will help to that. And some other choices which are always on the table, like teleworking. Please tell him to move closer to the mic, and we cannot hear him. As the head of a scientific organization, thank you very much. He saw me. These decisions are very difficult to be taken, but we have to take the difficult decisions if we want to change things. Flexible office hours, car sharing. And another thing, financial incentives to citizens and companies in order to use the alternative means of transport. This is a one-way street for us. So, this is a set of short-term measures. As for the metropolitan organization, as mentioned by the minister, and we're really glad that he has adopted one of our proposals, we tried to break it into pieces, so at a more granular level. So this organization has to be comprehensively planned. It has to be a single organization that will coordinate the efficient use of all means of transport. The metropolitan organization it's not easy to implement, but this will be a big bet for us, and that's what I want to say to the minister. If we manage to have such an organization, this will be a milestone that will change things in traffic with respect to traffic in Athens. Traffic experts say that all measures have an impact. Every measure taken has some impact. So for every measure, we have to have documentation and monitoring of its impact. We recommend that in the long term, in the short term, we have to move along the following axes. A, the metropolitan organization, the observatory of traffic and mobility, a general study of mobility, and specific studies in order to solve specific problems. Mr. Karyotis is here. They have already identified specific problems in the region. The first steps have been taken. The second step is to have the right studies, the right designs, in order to improve, at least topically, things. Traffic experts represent a discipline, an area which has the resources and the knowledge in order to support the government in whatever they set to achieve. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Papadoniou. You found the time to, and I hope your discourse will no longer be timely. I hope that what Mr. Yannis wrote 20 years ago will not be timely in our next auto forum. Now, we all understand that we have 2 million vehicles having no MOT certificate. Mr. Karaferis will tell us more about that. He is the CEO and president of AUFO22 Sakar and the vice president of the Union of private MOT agencies, Greece. Dear Vasilis, Mr. Karaferis, you have the word. You have the floor, apologies.
Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank you for this really kind invitation. On behalf of Mr. Ponarakis, we have to congratulate the organizers of this event. We're talking about urban mobility, an issue that creates difficulties in our daily lives. The side effects of this problem are easily felt. It's a quite complicated issue, as previous speaker said, and these side effects are the outcome of various parameters, and usually the solutions already mentioned touch upon all people residing in these areas. As a result, it is primarily a social global problem that's more tangible in urban cities, in the mega cities, where the increase of population goes well beyond the capabilities of the government to anticipate things. In our country, over the past 15 years, this urbanization grew bigger, creating multiple problems in transports in Attica, and specifically in Attica, and of course across the country, leading on a daily basis drivers to roads to suffer to congestion, leading to increased air pollution, and worsening things in terms of road safety, because urban cities, modern urban cities, they have highways, they have bus lanes, they have motorways. So when this infrastructure is not densely populated, then cars may speed up, and as a result we have accidents, which accidents will aggravate the traffic load. We have witnessed car accidents along the Kifissos motorway, which means 15 kilometers of delays of traffic queues. So, what is very important is to have a vehicle which is in a good state. Moreover, we keep on looking for solutions that have to do with infrastructure, roads, as mentioned already by the previous speakers, the inner city traffic limits, but our industries advocates that an equally important parameter in order to avoid car accidents is to have a car in a good state. The vehicle running on highways or being parked or using good roads, good quality roads or poor quality roads, or a car that's speeding really up or not. It's important to have a car that is technically adequate, and that's the most important thing in order to avoid a car accident. Generally speaking, the things we've heard today are interlinked. Their interaction, the interaction of the state of the car on road safety is immense. The importance of the car's status or state is something already mentioned by Mr. Vasilakis, the president of the Association of Importers. All you have to do is go through the manuals and the maintenance reports in order to understand that the critical parts of a car that have to be maintained are critical for the car to operate properly, and if this maintenance is not performed in the right way, then we have compromise or full eradication, let's say, of safety standards. Retrofitting, poor maintenance, these things matter. So we wonder, how many of the car accidents we keep on listening on the radio, or how many car accidents of the ones that lead to additional traffic congestion have been due to this interaction? Poor quality roads and inadequate tires, or vice versa. Poor lighting, poor lights of the car, poor status of the brakes. All these things put an extra burden on road safety, compromises safety, and as a result, apparently, we are here to say that car accidents caused by these reasons will lead to additional traffic congestion. So, checking these cars is something in the hands of CTEO. This is an institution that started back in 1980. From 2004 onwards, we have private agencies following licensing by the state. This opening of the market led to a change. We now have all cars having their CTEO certificate, their mod certificate, because until that time it wasn't more than 1/3 of the fleet, of the cars in our fleet having their certificate confirmed. This, of course, helped us fulfill the obligatory nature of MOT tests, which was something that public CTEOs couldn't do in the past. Despite the capacity of private CTEO to serve all these cars, and despite the abundant geographical coverage of CTEO in Greece, as Mr. Prounaraki says, we have almost 25 to 30% of all cars in the streets, which means 2 million cars or vehicles, have no such certificate. We think that this is due to a culture cultivated for many, many years by various extensions and prolongements to the invitation for an MO2 test, which has now turned into a part of the DNA of our people, and of course it's also linked to the fact that the state is unable to call these cars in for the MOT test. So the combination of those who avoid having the MOT certificate and the age of these cars already mentioned, we're talking about 4 to 4.5 million cars of the fleet being of an age of more than 10 years. So I think what we can easily say is that, given that we know what is the current state of affairs with the status of cars in our streets, these cars represent a moving bomb for us. At this very point, let me say that despite our calls to the government in order to solve this issue, thankfully, thanks to technology, the Ministry of Transport, as far as we know, and of course would like to congratulate them for that, in collaboration and understanding with the Ministry of Digital Governance, they are setting up a platform, a car portfolio platform, if you like, which is a way to have inventory of all cars, where you can find all details about each car. And of course, we suggest that this platform expands. It will go live quite soon, as far as we know. We suggest that we add a maintenance report for every car in this platform. Is it enough to feel complacent? No. We have 2 million cars in the CTEO for an MOT check. Is that okay? No. We have 4 or 4.5 million cars of an age of more than 10 years. Actually, the average age is 10 years. We have the oldest fleet in Europe. We're talking about old cars of all technologies. And with what we normally see is that in those cars, we also have poor maintenance, which has already been mentioned. Poor maintenance. Old cars, outdated technologies, inadequate for traffic, polluting ones, accident-causing ones, adding to the traffic congestion, leads to injuries or to casualties. We have everything as a result of these cars. For us, a car, a vehicle, is a very critical point, and state has to focus their attention on it. They have to find ways in order to call these cars in for an MOT test. We have the kind of confirmation that this will happen. We know that the portfolio for cars, the online portfolio, mycar.gr, will go live soon. And in order not to spend more of your time, let me say that the institution of private CTEO dates 18 years. We have left in the past all the original problems we had faced. All our weaknesses now belong to the past. We are mature enough and we are actively involved by means of recommendations and ideas for promoting road safety and for promoting the culture of technical audits of cars. That's why we invite the government to protect us. Then there are many things heard, like the quality of the MOT tests in Greece is not good, some are good, some others are not very good, some people get bribes, etc. So we suggest and we ask the Greek government at last to come to our protection and the Ministry of Transport to come up with the right regulatory framework in order to protect our operations, and at last it's better, and as the motto says, it's better to prevent than to cure. Thank you. Dear Mr. Karaferis, thank you very much for your contribution. I hope you are right and I'm wrong, because what I see is the subtotal of non-insured cars. I see the subgroup of cars non-maintained, and we have another subgroup of cars who have not paid their traffic permit. So the person who has had no MOT test, he will not insure his car and he will not pay his fees. So I'd like to apologize to all our speakers on live on. We have to organize ourselves for the panel. So I'd like to invite Mr. Kariotis. We heard him before. He comes from the region of Athens. We're also going to have Mr. Dimitris Patsios, the general. He comes from the Association of Importers of Cars and Motorcycles, Mr. Papadoniou, Karaferis, and Mr. Karalivanos. He is the digital marketing strategist of pricefox.gr. Please come forward. So I will ask one thing to each one of the panelists. It's time for you now to engage into discussion with us. We are all ears for your questions, and apart from the original contribution, we're looking forward to your own questions. And those of you attending the event through the live on platform, please feel free to send your questions. So please join us.
Τώρα κάνα μισά ώρα θα είναι. Ωραία.
Αν είμαστε έτοιμοι καθόλου να ξεκινήσουμε, μου λέτε για να ξεκινήσω.
If we're ready to start, tell me so we can start. Thank you for your interventions. I will give the floor to the Traffic Police Commanding Officer, Mr. Laskos. Thank you for being here. I'm very sorry. I don't know if I have ever called you in order to um, get some favoritism by the law. If I wanted to erase some kind of fine or whatever. Right, I don't know. You have never called me. Uh, There are two things I'd like to tell you with regard to fatal road accidents. In the first, where in Q1, it's reduced compared to the Q1 of 2019 due to tourists are coming. We have all taxis on the road. All taxis are on the way. We have a lot of tourist buses, not only linked to cruises, and we have the reduction of motorcycles in the center of Athens, especially in summer months. Now that the weather is mild, I see much less motorcycles. With regard to road accidents, we have accidents for benchmarking for those that take place, but not for the ones prevented. We are not satisfied yet. We still have a long way to go, and we have to prove that we are near vulnerable groups by policing emergency lanes, etc. We must convince our fellow citizens to use mass transportation again. And I think there are three big difficulties: Kifissos, Katechaki, Kifisias, the 3K avenues. In Kifissos, we have many more lorries and heavy trucks that make it more difficult for other vehicles to circulate. Well, you actually answered the question. This is it. If Kifissos is a highway, then heavy vehicles have to only go to the right side. Yes, the code foresees everything about heavy trucks and lorries. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Laskos is here, recording, listening, as we are listening to you. Mr. Kariotis, I heard a good plan. I am certain that it is realizable, but is it enough? And this is a question that has nothing to do with your integrity or the plan's integrity. Of course, it's not enough, and this is the reason why I told you that I changed what I intended to say, and I exalted what the governor and the minister said about cooperation. I saw that there has to be great cooperation and synergy with everyone. And I wanted to take it a step further. When we undertook the road network, we would change a lamp, or do some maintaining, and that's it. Because, there is a restriction of funds. The only funds that we can absorb are when we have some funded projects by the Recovery Fund, or if we do private-public partnerships, but we can't do much. Of course, it's not enough. Of course, Kifissos, talking of Kifissos, we need to have more integrated interventions. When you go to Harnon, there is a big green islet, but there is also a difference in levels between the descending and ascending lane. Maybe there is a bottleneck there. So maybe we can have the concrete divisions with the best absorption capacity and give one more lane, or for Katehaki. The next problem in Katehaki, there has been a fatal road accident before Christmas at the point where a couple went off a kind of bridge. So what we did was put these concrete jersey partitions, and the idea was to give to the people there a bicycle lane, because there's a big pavement of 4 to 5 meters, and we thought that if it can be qualified as a pedestrian street or just some kind of elevated emergency line. There are many people who get killed because they believe it's wide enough or they cannot understand that it is elevated. So we will make partitions, some concrete partitions, and then in cooperation with the ministry, we'll see whether we can give a safe cycling road at the feet of Imitos mountain. Thank you, Mr. Kariotis. Now, let's see whether we can see Mr. Batsius. Hello, Dimitri. Thank you for being with us. We heard earlier the president of the association, and he is the general manager of the Importers and Representatives Automobile Association. We heard that we have a lot of vehicles coming in, but none of them is coming out. About 180,000 each year. So what do you think? What can happen? What is your proposal? Good morning. Thank you. This conference is really very successful and has become an institutionalized discussion and deliberation area. The market, automobile market, is still restricted in Greece. We're not back to what it was in 2011 or 2012. We should have over 200,000 or 250,000 imports. The thing is that we have maintained obsolete vehicles as a fleet circulating at the city center. Everybody's talking about the 3K problematic avenues, etc. But we should try and see another dimension, which is probably more essential. Greece is ranked third or fourth due to deaths because of environmental problems. We're already, as a country, in the European Court of Justice, the bad environment that we inhale, and cars and trucks are mainly responsible for that. We lose years of life, and we don't want to understand that and cope with that. We only think about it when we want to go from point A to point B, and we say there's a traffic jam. Another thing we never think about is sound and noise, which affects our health and our jobs. Another issue, we are not dealing with this obsolete fleet of cars that comes into a city center and which can cause more damages. The Technical University has measured, and we thought that we would have the same accidents in buses. We see that old buses killed 14 times more. And to conclude with, the tourist product is it logical under the Acropolis in one of the best or the most beautiful museums in the world to have a bus 30 years old, which is sold today at 15,000 euros if sold. So this person acquiring a vehicle with only 15,000 euros, what do? We allow this person to buy the car and then park in front of the Acropolis and degrade the environment. So apart from all the environmental problems, and of course we're responsible because we don't do things as we should also see environment, noise, safety, and tourist product all together. Thank you, Mr. Patsios. You will be here for any questions. We have Mr. Papadoniou. I can hear you all the time, Panagiotis, about ring roads and the peripheral roads and many other things that should occur. But if I ask you to choose one, Panagiotis, choose one thing and correct it, change it. What would that be? That would be what seems to be less important because it doesn't have the impact that we believed. We know, for example, even in uneven cars, what that can do, but that would be a measure that can correct many things at the same time. We can change the limits of the cars entering the ring road of Athens. But if we wanted to create an organization, a stakeholder responsible for all that, this is irresponsible because we needed to have somebody who makes a decision that everybody has to abide by. So it's not easy, of course, how to make the stakeholder, how to create it and how to make it operate. But if we all agree that this intervention has to occur, I think that this would be a milestone for Attica. And from the next day of the creation of this organization, then we would fix objectives to be realized. And if that happens, that will really be important and change all the character of transportation in Athens. Thank you very much. Till then, Mr. Kalaferis, dear Vasilis, I don't have any hope when people don't come for technical control. They don't come to technical control because they just don't take their cars there. It's because they cannot go through the checklist. They would have a lot of money. They should have a lot of money to spend to fix their cars. Yes, and this is a big problem with regard to vehicles fleet in our country. Old cars that, statistically speaking, or out of experience, because we see it every single day in our technical control centers, with thousands of cars, we see that owners of old cars don't have the culture, don't want actually to maintain their vehicles in order to keep it being safe, in order to protect the environment. This is a mindset that it's been there for many years. Of course, financial crisis hasn't helped. Yeah, but let me ask, what happens? This person starts whining and starts saying, come on, don't cut me off, give me the technical control card because I can change my will tomorrow, for example. Actually, these people don't want to say anything to anyone, they just don't show up. And those who show up, they say, oh, well, I keep the car in order to do just one thing. I'm not going out on the highway, I'm only taking local small streets, etc. This is our daily life. I think we need to get over all that. We're strong enough to do that, get over all these stories that car owners tell us because they don't want to maintain them, they don't want to pay for them. We believe that the platform that I mentioned earlier is giving us will give us the exact number of cars that are obsolete, because now, you know, informally we believe it's about 2 million, but the state itself doesn't have any idea of the number of cars that are obsolete. Now with this digital platform which is on the way, I think will be important for the operation of this institution, especially for road safety. Mr. Karalivanos is a digital magazine strategy. When I heard your survey, I said, why are insurers and underwriters involved in circulation problems? Maybe you can tell us why. First of all, we care about numbers because we care because we help our consumers much better, and then we can also share important information with the people by looking at the numbers around congestion, this linked to an obsolete fleet of vehicles. This means more damages, no need for an accident to happen, but this led us to wishing to give to our consumers to understand in an educational and information way the importance of road assistance, since in congested streets, when we have damaged cars, a flat tire, a mechanical damage, then a vehicle without a road assistance can stay immobilized for a long period of time, immobilizing and creating traffic jams. When you have a road assistance, in the next few minutes, within 1 hour, we can respond to such problems. I will give the floor already. Andreas wants to make a question with regard to education of students and the lack of education. Well, what I need to say is that if I cause a serious accident and the car that I drive is not technically controlled, then I'm not covered. Well, there are many insurance categories, and the state has taken a lot of measures now with electronic checks too. And although police is trying with physical checks, you cannot just get them all. So now we expect with the electronic checks for the state to be able to inflict fines to people that don't do technical control or that do not have insured vehicles. It's a question of political will, and it's not done in Greece. It's easy to see how many cars are not insured or haven't been through technical control. We just take the licenses away and that's it. Problem solved. Andreas wants to say something with regard to education. You have the floor. So let's give the microphone. You can ask your questions if you're ready, and then we go to the next speaker, Mr. Adamadiadis, who has come from abroad for us as a guest of Vaso Milona. He will talk about urban and commercial transportation. Thank you, Takis. Good evening to everyone in this very important conference. Taki, as I wrote on this piece of paper that I gave you, I heard speaking about circulation problems, about problematic road network, damaged vehicles, obsolete vehicles. But I haven't heard, and maybe we should talk more about education. I'm talking about the culture and the mindset that citizens will not insure the car, will not go through technical control. They must have the automatic light because they don't know they have to stop at the red light. They have to see the zebra crossing and not to go through it without a brake. All that has to do with education, and education starts from early childhood till those people are candidates to get a driver's license. So I think that competent ministries, along with the Ministry of Education, should have a special subject at the schools. We used to have circulation parks. They are now full of weeds and obsolete little cars. We had the children going there. They would learn about the circulation code and about the signature of the streets. So by growing up, children would understand that depending how you use a car, it can be a weapon. You can either go to your job, or you can get killed, or you can kill. So a damaged car, an obsolete car, also has a driver, same as a modern vehicle, who will drink and drive, who will be killed or kill a fellow citizen. So everything that you mentioned is really essential. It has to do with circulation problems and the sustainability of Attica, which can be sustainable, although it's very burdened with cars. But I'd say that it's time for the state to bend over these problems, to educate drivers and children so that at some point they may become responsible and co-responsible. It doesn't always take some technical tool or the traffic police or a fine. Drivers must finally get this culture. We must cultivate this mindset. It's not a question, it's more a comment. I want to say that I believe very much in the education of a driver in order to shape the culture and the mindset. I will only disagree to what you said, that Attiki can become sustainable. I don't really believe that. Ms. Milona wants to take the floor. But before that, Mr. Vasilakis has asked for the floor. He is with us through Zoom. I don't know if we're ready to see him. There we go. I've never left. I just don't wear the tie anymore. I heard Mr. Kalatheris talking, and I quite agree. I know that he cannot convey the whole picture, but he insinuated certain things. So you talked about a magic wand, and I will give you the same discourse. If you had, if you could click on a button to save the problem, what would this button write on? It has to do with technical control sector. As I said earlier, we cannot impose, because that would have a political cost in the country, to have financial incentives with regard to obsolete cars. But of course, we can't say that we cannot impose the right, the proper maintenance. This has to do with technical control. And as we all know, if we go to technical control of Mr. Kalatheris, then we can go to another technical control company But there are many choices, and there are people who, whatever we want, will just give us the technical control documentation. So those who don't want to maintain their light or even worse, a heavy vehicle, and we know how lethal heavy vehicles can be, know in the first place where to go to be checked or in order not to be checked. So this is the problem. So the button would click crossing information, technical control, insurance, and circulation taxes. If I have not gone through technical control, then I can't get my plates for the next year cleared. And one more thing is implementation for technical control supervisors, private citizens in every area, which will perform controls for every technical control company. For example, Mr. Vasilakis goes out. He has just been controlled from the technical control, and they tell him, "Come, Mr. Vasilakis, with us." We go through technical control once again, and then we check whether technical control really performed its work properly. If we do that, and it has delayed a great deal and has nothing to do with the will of the minister, but about delays in certain competent services. If that happens, and if the rumor is there, and of course this comes along with some nice fines, then you will see the big difference in this country. It will be impressive. It's quite simple. The traffic police can't do that, but the technical control companies can do that. Everybody, especially those driving heavy vehicles, must be imposed to go through technical control. Thank you, Mr. Vasilakis, President of the Association of Importers. Now, I want to say some things about magic wands, and then I don't want to say it anymore because I don't want to disappoint anyone. But I'm thinking of one or two magic wands. One is it is prohibited to live in Athens or in Attica anymore. And secondly, it is prohibited to have some contaminating, polluting a motor engine in Athens. Ms. Milona wanted to take the floor. I'd like to add to what Mr. Andrea said about education. Of course, I endorse what Mr. Vasilakis said in such a structured way, always giving arguments and numbers, showcasing essential issues about, well, technical control is very important. The role of the traffic police is very important. Enforcement is very important. And education from early childhood makes the difference because road safety has to do with education and culture. We're never too tired to repeat it. We need to have a culture, a road safety culture. We should start from the very first years, from the family. Parents are the first teachers of circulation, the code. At the Institute, Panos Milonas, in researches that we've done or in cooperation with other international organizations, we see that parents being role models in driving and the style of driving play an important role. With regard to the ministries, for many years in the parliament and with documented proposals and bringing people from abroad, like in Finland, for example, where they have a great educational system, or other countries, we have given documented proposals to the Ministry of Education, to the Parliament, to the Institute of Educational Policy, and last summer, before the Parliament closes, road safety was part of the skills and skills workshops, but then again, it's something optional, it's not compulsory, so we need to work on it again with the Ministry of Education. Educational TV. For 5 years, we're having the competition of a creative digital environment. Children, through their projects that we present at the National Gallery at Stavros Niarchos Foundation, we convey messages to citizens about the family, about the state, and of course we also hold the projects for other ages, as are adolescents, an important target group, since in adolescence we have the reinforcements of the neurons that have to do with behavior. We have had lessons of neurophysiology, and up to the age of 22, we have behaviors and attitudes to add to how they should implement the laws and respect the laws and abide by the laws. Education is very important, and we're here with all the competent stakeholders. We also have in our institute universities such as Athens University, Technical University, Patras University. We have students doing their on-the-job training with us. Every year we have students doing on-the-job trainings on the institute from psychology or other sectors. They learn and we learn from them. We certainly wanted to convey messages for the role of education.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Mr. Karaferis would like to say something about that with respect to the comments by Mr. Vasilakis. He said something about us, about the industry, and talking about the cases of corruption. And I'm not embarrassed when talking about that. It's really honoring that you acknowledge that. Thank you very much. It's something that we are aware of. Of course, it's not right to generalize this state of this reality, because we still have healthy organizations, healthy businessmen who have taken on the burden of this responsibility, being very seriously. And let me say something: you have a family, right? You have kids. If you allow me to get an MOT certificate with a poorly maintained car, then I might kill your wife or your kids. Exactly. That's our reality, our daily reality. So let's not generalize, because we do have healthy and good businesses that do exactly what they should do. They do what the law obliges them to do. But once again, as I also said during my speech, it is the state now immediately to intervene at the onset of the problem, because the problems of corruption, which more or less you can find in all domains, all sectors, in all industries, the state has to intervene immediately, swiftly, and solve the issue, especially when this issue, the technical audit or the MOT certificate, is something licensed by the state. So when the state itself says that I will monitor and supervise what you do because I have licensed you to do what I'm supposed to do, then no more words need to be said. Mr. Karyotis, I'd like to make 3 comments on the occasion of comments by previous speakers, which I should have said in my presentation. I omitted them. A, the issue of noise. We have lots of complaints by residents, especially along the Kifissos motorway and Athinon Avenue, for sound-proofing approaches. That's why we called a tender, which will be awarded soon, I hope, for these soundproofing apparatuses for 500 meters along the motorway. In Voulia, for instance, at the exit close to Pinagadakya, we have really high speeds there, and as a result, the residents cannot sleep. So we must not underestimate what was said before. Noise absorbing panels is a solution. Now, environmental pollution. I have discussed with the largest companies in the world, Siemens and Largo, and they have come up with programs which measure the level of pollutants, creating a green wave in the traffic lights and board messages in order to avoid specific congestion in specific areas. We will try along the Kifisias Avenue to set these sensors, and whenever we see that we exceed a specific limit, then we will either give the green wave, which is a bit difficult, or at least inform drivers. This is a trend globally, and it is already being implemented in various European countries. Last but not least, as it was correctly said by previous speakers about malfunctioning of cars. Let me give you some statistics from the Kifisos Avenue. We said the following: given that you go to a certain car accident, to make a note of that, please make a note of what was the cause of it. So 50% of these 4.5 car accidents we note have to do with malfunctioning. There's a 20%. No, yeah, you're right. Petrol. They run out of petrol. 20% of them, and the rest are car accidents. So I said the next time you go to a car accident site, please bring a gallon of petrol with you in order to avoid congestion. So it's very, very important to deal with malfunctioning and cars breaking down immediately. We should not wait for step number 5 or 6. We should start with step number 1. The thing with 1 gallon of diesel being readily available, it will be great, because next time it will happen again. They will tell you that. Let me close this panel with a joke, and thank you all for your contribution. You know the story of Hoja and the donkey. He used to teach the donkey not to eat in order to survive, and when he taught that to him, he died. Thank you very much. Time for a short break, and we will start with our next speaker, Mr. Adamadiadis. He is an economist, he is an expert on transports, and he will talk to us about urban commercial transport, city logistics. Thank you.
As different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives. As different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives. As different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives.
Σας παρακαλώ σιγά σιγά να πάρουμε τις θέσεις μας για να ξεκινήσουμε.
Please, let's resume. Now we are going into deep waters. We will now discuss about e-mobility, city logistics, and especially when we talk about e-mobility, we have to find charging stations for our vehicles. We will talk about traffic management, and as Mr. Marco, as we discussed about the increase of cars circulating Attica, Mr. Marco, he's the CEO and professor of marketing. He has run analysis on that. I think his presentation will be one of the most important for this one-day event. I'm not cherry picking. I'm learning stuff from everyone, and I'm really glad for the things I've learned by the previous speakers. Now, let me give the floor to Mr. Adamadiadis. He's an economist. He is an expert on transports and the president of ASIM. He will talk to us about city logistics. Thank you, Mr. Adamadiadis, for being with us. Let me tell you that we have all been cursing truck drivers over the past days because he was unloading stuff while we were stuck in traffic. Thank you very much. It is with great pleasure that I'm here with you today. I'd like to thank the organizers and especially Mrs. Daneli Milona, my great friend, Mrs. Vaso. She has had the inspiration of inviting me, and I'd like also to thank the organizers, Ethos Events, Mr. Ozounis and Mr. Pournarakis, for the invitation. It is also a great pleasure for me to see that we have with us Mrs. Luciana Iorio. She will address the audience later. And allow me to say that as the Association of Chambers of Transportation Operators, our organization was established 27 years ago, and we collaborate with Mrs. EOAS, Mrs. Milona, since day one of their establishment. As far as I'm concerned in particular, I have had the honor, the happiness to work with Mrs. Iona and Mrs. Iorio in the UN context. I've been I've been in charge of transports under the UN. We have had a very close collaboration in the past, and we still have with Mrs. Iorio. We try to promote issues of road safety at a global level. Over the past period, we have focused on the Mediterranean, mainly South Mediterranean, and with Ms. Milona, we have had countless actions organized. I remember Chambéry in Sweden back in 2011, when together with Pavlos Milonas and the UN, we have organized an amazing event for raising awareness amongst children. It was thousands of children coming from around the globe, and I will never forget that really emotional moment. It was the holding hands moment when all kids created a huge circle. They were all handing hands. They were handing arms, actually, in order to symbolize the promotion of road safety. It was a really emotional moment. I will never forget that as long as I live. People from 130 countries, yes. So, that's all about Mrs. Milona and Mrs. Iorio. Now, I would like to tell you a few things about something quite specific, very specialized. We're talking about city logistics. In Greek. That's the international term, city logistics. I will be a bit more generic at the beginning. And what are the benefits, what are the consequences of city logistics, what are the problems and potential solutions, what is the European experience of city logistics. I will also elaborate on city logistic projects in Greece and some recent actions still underway, and I will let you know about that later on. Now, city logistics. Apparently, this has to do with the transport of commodities in cities. It's a very rapidly growing industry. Which covers the entire transportation of commodities in cities. It also plays a role in the so-called traffic problem. It is directly linked with the living standards of residents, and it also relates with the availability of commodities in these urban markets. To a great extent, you might already know that city logistics start or end with cities. This is the structure, this is the character of city logistics, and by consequence, the city logistics generate problems that concern both the operators, for which you don't always have the best feelings, and also for residents of cities. Problems created are really big. But what is at stake here is how to provide high quality services and the minimum cost, talking about pecuniary cost, and the minimum repercussions, if you like, as a result of city logistics. What are the benefits of city logistics? City logistics represent a vital link between suppliers and customers. City logistics secure the provision of commodities at the right time, at the right place, and at the right quantity. City logistics support financial and social operations and activities in urban areas to the benefit of the residents, of the people, and the companies. They contribute in promoting competitiveness of organizations operating in these areas. They also represent a very important business activity and create new jobs. And I would say and these jobs are covered by not that highly specialized people. The impact, traffic congestion, air pollution, noise, and of course car accidents, or road accidents actually. What are the most telling problems for the involved operators and stakeholders, and what are the potential solutions? Because apparently, when talking about city logistics, we understand it's an issue that affects everybody, but those directly involved are mainly the operators, the logistic operators, because they have a lack of safe space for loading and unloading, traffic problems, lack of update on the ideal routing or ideal itinerary they should follow, and of course increased cost because of delays. Because one of the most important issues when it comes to transports is the uncertainty of delivery. Time is of major importance when it comes to transport. Potential solutions. A. Right calculation of the ideal itinerary to be followed within a city. Increased capacity of the vehicles. The introduction or integration of innovative applications and new ideas in order to have better traffic management, less pollution, etc. And of course, the implementation of safe practices and environmentally friendly practices in our operations. This is a slide that comes from the Hellenic Society of Logistics, and this graph shows the tremendous increase by 200% from March to April, when the counter COVID-19 measures were first put in place. This phenomenon is not just a Greek phenomenon. What you see here was the state of affairs in Greece, but it was the same everywhere. Similar issues have been generated because of the rapid increase of e-commerce in urban cities, which led to significant delays to deliveries up to 12 days, lost merchandise, failure to find reliable partners during that period. As a result, and of course, companies involved with e-commerce found themselves at a very difficult situation. Failure to update a customer about the progress of an order, which was something terrible for the companies, and inability of call centers to handle the huge volume of incoming calls. Another problem was the temporary suspension of accepting orders, because some companies decided to stop accepting new orders. And of course, another problem had to do with the returns, a very important component of city logistics. And major companies like FedEx, UPS discontinued the guaranteed delivery time feature, because one of the services they could offer was a guaranteed delivery within 1 day or 2 days. This was put aside very quickly. And as I said, this was not just a Greek phenomenon. It's something that happened globally, internationally. European experience. We have a very rich European and international experience on city logistics. First thing, replacement of the vehicles used. We may have more environmentally friendly ones, or bicycles, motorcycles, or e-vehicles. You see the pictures? In a circle you see, of course we have lorries, we have vans, but now we have other vehicles. We have motorcycles, cargo cycles, bikes, mopeds, or even pedestrians doing the transit. We're talking about an amazing evolution to this direction. We also have low pollution zones. Also, deliveries are out of peak hours, in non-peak hours. A fourth solution, which is most likely for us who live into city logistics in a systematic manner, we think that the ideal way is the following one: is to ensure that the completeness of the lorry or the van, because what we normally have is a van leaving the premises filled with very few merchants, very little or very few orders. So they have huge space available in order to cater for more people, for more customers, taking the same itinerary. What's the outcome? The outcome is more vans, more lorries in the roads, more itineraries covered, increased costs, etc., on traffic congestion, etc. So, professors have made studies, and I'm making reference specifically to a Belgian professor who quite recently gave us a presentation. 75% improvement was the outcome of introducing such systems, which of course requires the use of specific centers. We call them in Greek archae. These are consolidation centers, freely translated. We're talking about centers within cities where the orders are consolidated. All merchandise, all orders are gathered there in order to be split in small parcels, so that the moped or the car or the van that leaves the premises is fully complete, is full with orders in order to deliver them. This is something very, very difficult, because it calls for synergies, and this is the weak point of Greeks, especially of businessmen. It's not easy for them to work together. It's not easy for businesses to join forces in order to achieve this common goal. Moreover, what we can have is the coordination of deliveries using various e-tools, a very efficient way to solve the problem. And we also have the so-called observatory of traffic flows. This is absolutely useful, so that people involved with deliveries may assess the flows or plan the routes. These are things that normally happen following an initiative by municipalities or local governments. Now, talking about the zones of the low emission zones, we have such a scheme in London. Mrs. Iorio, she knows in Italy, because they have numerous such projects in place. In London, we have right now about to introduce 3 different zero emission zones, or low emission zones actually. And as it was said before, we have fines and counter incentives imposed depending on the type of vehicle. If it's a Euro 4 vehicle or a Euro 5, a Euro 6, and fines are increased accordingly. And of course, we have technological tools used, like automatic license plate recognition. Another idea is to have deliveries in non-peak hours. Quite successful in some cities. In New York, this was quite successful, but of course we have some other issues because of the office hours and the shifts. and the workers involved. This comes with a cost, as you understand. We also have rich European experience about the so-called consolidation centers in urban cities. You can see the graph here, in which we can understand we have a lot of incoming flows in a single center, where they are split in small, let's say, travels, with using smaller vehicles, but these deliveries use vans that are full. We also have the click and collect, other alternative models. We also have the lockers. We also have IKEA using a fleet of vehicles using alternative fuels. And we also have the dark store. Dark store it's the e-commerce in its very essence. We're talking about a dark area where people there collect the orders and prepare the deliveries. All these are successfully being implemented in various countries. In Greece, unfortunately, we don't have that many projects of city logistics successfully applied. We have had efforts in Athens, in Thessaloniki, and in other countries. These efforts have been fragmented. These kind of efforts emphasize more on the time. For instance, you have these big boards when entering Athens giving you information about the time needed to reach this point or that point. Another effort had to do with the improvement of itineraries, so we have better fleet management. Another shift for the supply of companies, but as the previous speaker said, it is an extremely complicated regulatory framework that applies because there are so many things to be done by so many involved parties. Certain initiatives have been taken in the past by the region of Attica. And as I saw by Mr. Kariotis, specific initiatives are taken in order to help city logistics and traffic congestion. Now, I want to say something about initiative taken by our organization, the ASIM, that started in mid-2020, at the beginning, at the onset of the pandemic, in order to help to this direction and support various actions, specific actions. At the same time, we also invited the Ministry of Transport, the Union of Municipalities, the Union of Chambers, local governments, chambers, operators to work with us. And after a number of consultations, we held the first meeting of stakeholders of city logistics. That's how we entitled it. It was back in June 2021. In that meeting, we confirmed our readiness to cooperate, and we decided to have a nationwide conference on city logistics that took place last year in the context of the supply chain and logistic expo that was organized at the Metropolitan Expo close to the airport. Under the auspices of many stakeholders, lots of people participated, and some really important conclusions were drawn. You can use the link found in the last slide of mine. You can visit the minutes and see what happened in that seminar, in that event. We have also organized 2 more meetings of the main stakeholders involved. One took place in November and another one was in April, and the decision was to move forward using the best European case studies, and the decision was to host another event next Friday, actually, on May 27th, in Ioannina, as the first pilot event for raising awareness about that. And it has also been decided that Lamia will be the next city to host such an event. It will be, then we're going to have Corinthos and Kozani and other cities. So this is the logo of the event taking place in Ioannina next Friday. I will have the pleasure to attend, and amongst the organization supporting the event was also is also the ministry. We received the confirmation yesterday. So that's all I had to say about city logistics. Apparently, city logistics is part of the life of cities. It comes with benefits, it comes with consequences. We have European case studies and experience that may be used. We haven't yet tapped into these experience to the extent we should. And those of us involved with city logistics, we try to encourage this kind of actions, this kind of initiatives. And I think that the recent decision taken by the European Union to identify 100 cities that are environmentally neutral and smart. In this list of 100, we have 6 Greek ones: Athena, Thessaloniki, Ioannina, Kalamata, Giannina, Kozani, and Trikala. Hopefully, we will be able to continue with this initiative in order to at least solve some problems and improve the future of Athens, Thessaloniki, and other big cities. So that's my last slide. Here you can see in blue the link you can visit. So you can read the minutes of the conference organized. You can have the full view there. So thank you very much for your attention.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε ιδιαίτερα τον κύριο Αδαμαντιάδη.
Thank you, Mr. Andamandiadis. And I'd like to put this topic on a certain perspective here. I hear everyone presenting their own sector, always talking about overpopulation. We're talking again and again with regard to overpopulation, and everybody sees under their own light, cars, etc. I see you all smiling a little bit. It is true. I understand what you feel. Let me give you an example. Imagine that we all decided to go, all of us here in this neighborhood, Caravel area. Can we all go together? No, of course not. You understand the problem, the size of the problem that we live in now. If we all decided to go into our car and go, can we do that? No, we can't come together nor go together. We will be immobilized, all of us. This is the problem, Mr. Kofinas. You have the floor. Before you go up, it's PPC SA, my friend Kyriakos Kofinas. Let me say that in Greece we have on the planet as a word, we have the chorus and we have the person honored, Mr. Kofinas. Good evening. Thank you very much, my friend Takis. I'd like to thank Auto Forum's conference. It's the second time that I participate looking at the program since this morning. I was really wondering, should I talk now about electrification? How interested can they all be? And then I understand that whatever we've been talking since this morning, Thank you. Is really interesting because electrification can provide solutions already now. We've been talking in Greece, we heard about sustainability, about the technical controls, safe driving, commercial and cargo transportation, etc. Things have started to happen in Greece in order to be safer, environmental friendlier, better brakes, all technologies, quicker solutions from what we have to this date. So it is important to tell you where we are in Greece regarding electrification. I will tell you what are the successes and what are the challenges for electrification and how PPC Blue has offered to that the biggest charging network in Greece. So first of all, where we are today, one first number is the number of electrical vehicles in the country. Speaking of the first trimester of 2022, electrical vehicles are about 8% of new cars sold, although there is a delay in deliveries. They are about 30 to 33%, sorry, 10 to 13%. And this is important since by 2030 we must reach at 30% being electric cars. We're already there, almost there, through the 50% in the first 2 years. And always considering the delays of electrical cars being delivered. 70% of these cars are hybrid electric vehicles, and 30%, as it happens always, in the first years are only electrical. What is impressive is that in the last 12 months we have tripled public points of charging. By the summer, we will have reached 2,000 points for charging electrical cars in Greece. This is important, as well as the momentum of sales of electrical cars. The challenge is that we're talking about AC chargers. It's logical because it starts from moving in the cities, and 5% is quick chargers, DC chargers that will develop over time in big hubs. We are talking about chargers from 25 to 250 kilowatt hours in order to charge your remaining battery. Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, okay, we're charging even here for the microphone. Perfect. Everything is charged. What is interesting is that when it comes to public spaces where we have chargers, we have what we call sphere, that is surveys for the charging points. This is an area where we have a lot of difficulties. It is a new area for the public sector and local governments. We're talking about 1/3 of sphere, these public points of charges. Many are approved and some are being contracted and executed. We already have some improvement points that we should mention for all of us who are involved in that. It is important because we have some private areas. It's easier to approve for some public points. Transcending the red tape will make things faster and better. One thing is how much spheres take into consideration power sufficiency, efficiency, and then if the chargers in the municipalities are of high voltage AC or DC. Experience from abroad, when talking about a city, we're talking about smaller chargers, since somebody may leave the car throughout the night to charge. And of course, what we can expect for the financials of electrification. And so we have small cars. Of course, you understand that revenues are not a lot. What is important is that we've had already 2 years, and this was important in the program I Move Electrically. There's a delay for passenger cars and taxi, but there's been a big absorption in the micromobility, motorcycles, bicycles, etc. This was something that we found out. And in the second program, we believe that we're going to have incentives for passenger cars and taxis so that electrification will be important for passengers and taxis as well. Finally, what is important to improve electrification infrastructures, they have to be permitted, they have to be legal. This is a technical issue. I will not describe it for longer, but we need to make it quicker, not being a time-consuming bureaucratic procedures. We should not need a longer time in order to prepare these affidavits for installation. We should make the time shorter in order to have more chargers in public points. PPC Blue in this environment has contributed a great deal by the quick development of the biggest network of public points. Out of the 1,700 points, 500 plugs, to be clear, have been built by PPC Blue network in over 65 areas, and it is important to have that throughout Greece. There has to be destination charging wherever you go, for leisure, for travel, for professional reasons, whatever reason. It is important to have chargers. The chargers that we put are of all types. This is important because we don't have same needs. It's another charger to the airport, another on the highway, another in a supermarket, a cafe, and we should cover the needs with various types of chargers. What is important is that there is a know-how now in Greece from providers of electrification, such as the Blue. This allows us to have applications that are pioneers, and Greece can have a rate of development of electrification, one that is growing quite quickly. Of course, we started everything from scratch, and as a PPC Blue, we have two objectives in electrification. The first is to have more public chargers, over 1,000 this year till the end of 22. And the second important part is to provide the services through the mobile phone and PPC Blue application in order to be linked to chargers, and these should be client-driven applications responding to the needs of the driver. It's not important what the charger is or to whom the charger belongs to. What is important is the service that should respond to the needs of the driver, where the driver wants to travel, how long does he want to rest and charge, how much time is required for charging. And this will be a great tool, better tool compared to what we can offer to compatible cars, because conventional cars, because we always know that there will be some gas station for refueling at some point. But having this digital communication, you can receive other information as well. For example, about your car maintenance. So you are opening a channel, a communication channel that you cannot open when you have a conventional car. I will end with this. I will end by saying that what we have achieved so far is important, and we have great development within these 2 years. We have a momentum which is 50% of the target for the decade. And let me say that electrification providers such as PPC Blue focus on these customer-driven services. We focus on what people need. This includes education of drivers with regard to electrical cars. How do you drive an electric car, which is faster but also safer? It's important to educate people. And then another thing which is important on behalf of providers is to keep up with technological developments, since the development of technology for electrical cars is very quick. So you need to like it, you need to be updated. Technology will change electrification a great deal in the years to come. I went to an automobile presentation of a new model, and they told us the model that you see today will not have any value the next year. So technology leads developments. This is magical. There will be a lot of improvement when it comes to batteries, technologies, safety, and charging, because people are worried, well, will I charge my car? Of course, the state must also contribute, as they already do, with subsidizing infrastructure projects, and anything that comes out as an incentive for the extension of infrastructure must take into consideration the reality of Greece. We must know what is the power supply at any given, for example, parking area. So we need to have a framework that takes today's reality into consideration and have a plan for the correct way of permitting. Thank you.
Το να μπορούμε να φορτίσουμε.
Being able to charge our electric vehicle is of major importance in order for e-mobility to be underpinned. Part of the problem in Athens is how to promote e-mobility. I heard my friends from the National Technical University, my colleagues, saying that yes, the environmental footprint of an e-car, of an e-vehicle, will it balance in, if yes, when that of a conventional engine. It will take some hundreds of thousands of kilometers for an e-car to save energy and as a result generate less emissions. But the main problem that we face right now is the problem in cities. If we have 100 stuck cars using a conventional engine, this means they generate emissions. If we have 100 e-cars stuck on the road, they generate zero emissions. So the size, the dimension of the problem is completely different. So the promotion of mobility is very important, but also important is how to promote the right traffic management in Attica, because even if we have e-cars, traffic management remains a big problem. Mr. Logothetis, he is a traffic management consultant, and he's also a consultant on road safety in the region of Attica. Our friend Kimonas, he spends lots of hours in the traffic management center. He knows about traffic congestion, car accidents, vehicles breaking down. If he could go public with the things you've seen, we would have had a huge benefit on road safety in Athens. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Takis. My dear friends, dear partners, since day one the governor took office, Mr. Patoulis paid great attention to traffic management and road safety. Having a comprehensive plan, specialized knowledge, and of course the will, we move forward using special actions and targeted initiatives in order to improve the daily lives of thousands of citizens of Athens. Road safety, as such, calls for attention, respect, and meticulous consideration of every move. Our first aim was to have a full mapping of the current state of affairs, how the road network is right now. We're talking about asphalting, concreting, traffic lights, signage, lines drawn, all these things that constitute the road network and affect our daily lives and road safety. The outcome of this mapping was more or less the same with what we have seen, what we see in our daily lives along the streets. Until today, roads have been sporadically maintained and no substantial planning had taken place and no initiative has been introduced that would significantly improve traffic management and road safety. Of course, in order to have all the above materialized, this calls for lots of stakeholders being involved, starting from the support of the political leadership. As far as the governor was concerned, he was there for us, but it also called for involvement of the consultants of the state and of course the involvement of specialized executives from the region of Attica who have decade-long expertise, which for the first time is being fully tapped into by the government. In these 2 years of the new regional authorities, we dealt with many problems. For 2 years, everything was kind of operating partly because of the COVID. We have the increased energy prices as a result of the war in Ukraine, but we didn't try to find excuses. We still try day in, day out to improve road infrastructure and come up with solutions in order to safeguard the utmost good of life and safety. The road network is made of various individual stakeholders who have to work together and interact. For instance, there is no such thing as road safety, no matter how many and how great infrastructure we have, unless we have the right mindset on behalf of the drivers and the pedestrians using the network. And this brings forward the issue of training or education. We have discussed about that in the past. The governor of Attica mentioned that before. You know, the actual discourse or the course of road safety is part of the curriculum, but there is no books, there's nothing to discuss about it. Sometimes it's up to the teacher to say something and it ends up to being a break from the normal course, the normal school hours. So we have to have a specific curriculum in all these courses, from the very first lesson until the point of theoretical education or training of wannabe drivers. Sadly, potential candidates for driving licenses have to go through an obsolete curriculum talking about 1980s, the signage of the 1980s, conventional cars of the 1980s, etc. Currently, we're talking about e-cars, e-mobility, technology. We're talking about all these very critical points, and we have to add in the book what you cannot find in the book. And I'm talking about the harmonious coexistence of all these parameters. The technique in order to drive a car, okay, drivers are quite apt. What the point we lack is the respect to other users of the network, and especially pedestrians, bicycle riders, and those with mobility impairment. This is the point where we should focus upon offering training and lifelong learning. Having said that, given that works speak louder than our deeds speak louder than our words, the governor introduced 2 major projects. A, the sophisticated zebra crossing, Mr. Karyotis showed that before, and of course we have the Traffic Management Center. As Takis said before, allow me to give you a short presentation of the center. Believe me, this is the most practical and useful tool for traffic management and road safety, because this is a coordination body. We use 300 cameras and 1,000 measuring points of monitoring our road network on a 24/7 basis, and because it represents part of the kind of metropolitan services we were supposed to provide. It can help immediately the departments of the metropolitan organization, and it also collaborates on a daily basis with the municipalities of Athens, mainly the municipality of Athens, and other 66 municipalities of Attica. But the most important synergy we have is the one with the road traffic police. We fully renovated the operation centers of police, the SEPEC as we call it, which means we intervene immediately with events or incidents taking place along the road network, and of course we update drivers immediately using the signage of rolling messages. After many years we have updated and upgraded them. I think we have upgraded them for the first time since the Olympic Games of 2004. Currently we have full matrix boards using new technologies, able to do many things, and of course our center's extroversy is evident. All our partners, many of whom are here with us, they are here with us, traffic experts, operators, technicians, heads of traffic signs, Ms. Athanasopoulou, Ms. Karakosta, all of us collaborate as a well-timed clock in order to have swift results, given the difficulties, yes, given the bureaucracy, given the understaffing of our services, and of course, given the fact that we have to work with very few people involved, especially during the pandemic. However, we were able to do certain things, but there's a long way ahead. We move along parallels with the other stakeholders, the Traffic Experts Association, or other stakeholders. But allow me to make a very brief presentation of the Traffic Management Center. We are really proud of that. We created that from scratch. Actually, the building was there. It was a building constructed for the Olympic Games, but after many years of uselessness, it was derelict. The governor, since day one, emphasized on that and decided to change it into a very sophisticated premises. Of course, some of the infrastructure is quite old. The minister said before, Mr. Karamallis said that it's part of his plans to upgrade the building equipment, so it's absolutely state-of-the-art in order to properly manage traffic, and it operates on a 24/7, 365 basis. We have specialized operators. We get footage from all main streets, road access in Athens, Panepistimίου, Kifisos, Kifisias, all the avenues and highways and motorways. Of course, it would be great to have that expanded even more. And of course, given the technical means we now have in order to record traffic violations, we will have even more tools at our disposal. We have also strengthened our extroversy. We have a daily link with 11 radio stations and the national broadcaster, so we can provide drivers with information. And believe me, we do use Google, but we have our own sensors, 1,000 of them placed along the network, so we take measurements and we give this feedback to the driver so they can pick an alternative route. Another really helpful thing is the boards of rolling messages, showing messages of car incidents, so that a driver may quickly go for an alternative route. That's something that the citizens want, they need it, they ask us for us. We have the new hotline 1544, a 4-digit number. Now people know about the Traffic Management Center. It was just a building. Now it belongs to the people and it's being used by the people. And the governor decided to have this kind of direct link with the center. That's why we have the 4-digit hotline, 1544. You can find some ads or boards on the pillars of the traffic lights. So if somebody is there, he can use a smartphone and a QR code scanner in order to immediately communicate with the competent authority. Most of the times it's the competent authority, because sometimes we also have this problem. It was mentioned by the previous speakers, by the minister, by the head of the region, is that there's some confusion because of the tasks and responsibilities of agencies, and citizens cannot clearly discern who is doing what, who's responsible for what. Is it the ministry? Is it the region? So if you call 1544, it's a way to help them. We explain them that this task, this responsibility belongs to the region of Attica. So there is some intervention immediately. If not, then if it's up to the municipality or the ministry to do something, then we communicate, we convey this message to them in order to solve the problem. This helps a lot in our daily lives. And allow me to say that citizens turn out to be the best supervisors of our road network, because the network is under supervision by competent apparatuses, state apparatuses, and the services and the agencies, but we do that every 15 days, every 1 month. But citizens are the ones who use our road network on a daily basis. They follow a specific itinerary, and they are the first ones to identify a problem and communicate that to us. So in this sense, we collaborate every day together, and I hope that next year from the very same podium I will have more things to share with you about the interventions, the successful interventions of ours. Thank you very, very much.
Και εδώ τώρα σε αυτό το σημείο για να καταλάβετε.
So at this point, so that you may understand certain things, how they take place, I wanted to ask Akimenos to allow me to say a secret, to tell a secret. When there's an important road accident, I try to find some more data. Kimonas may have some data, but will not show me. However, listen to me, because this is very important. He might, however, tell me what happened, and based on that, I can add through my podium to the public discussion some useful data. And if one person listens, then that would have made a difference. Kimonos and I work every day on that matter, hoping that one person will speak, will listen. Now, the next speaker is Mr. Marcu, MBA, business consultant and a professor of business administration and marketing. He has written an article, made a research on the topic of increasing number of vehicles in the Attica Basin every 10 years. I will be the one to publish as soon as it appears, his study.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Good evening. I'd like to greet everybody, all the participants. I was asked to see exactly how the fleet increased of vehicles in Greece and in Attica. The results are very interesting, and I will share them with you. In 2020, imagine that we have 8,780,000 vehicles, 5,490,000 of which are passenger cars. This is 64%, 0.39. Then we have trucks, 1,373,727, 16.6%. Trucks, 626,539, which is 0.33%, 31%.
Και τέλος, οι μοτοσυκλέτες.
And finally, motorcycles, 1,637, percentage of 19.29% out of the passenger cars in Greece for 2020. 3,042,008 circulate in Attica only. The percentage is 55.39%. Now imagine that if we add trucks, buses, motorcycles all together, they do not, you can't even begin to imagine the number of vehicles in Attica. 3,042,000 plus 3,037,000 with all the others, so you understand what happens. Let's make a historical overview of private use cars in Greece from 1990 until 2019. In the 90s, so we had a total of 1,701,000, and at the end of the decade, in 99, it was 2,895,000. The difference is 70%, and the number is 1,193,000. In the next decade of prosperity, because we've had two fantastic years in the automobile market, we started off in 2000 with 3,161,505 vehicles, and at the end of 09 we had 5,098,400,000. The percentage difference is 61.26%, but in the numbers it is 1,936,000 units. From 2010 to 2019, in 2010 we had 5,183,313 vehicles, and over 2019 we had 5,000, only 3.65% difference, and in units it's just 190,000. Now, with regard to selling of new cars, from 90 to 99, we sold 1,605,000. In Attica only, 800,000 cars. The percentage is about 50%. In the next decade, 0 to 2009, where we had two fantastic years, 2000 and 2004, when it comes to sale of new cars, we had 2,691,088 vehicles, Attica absorbing 51%, that is 1,377,956 units. In the crisis of the decade, the decade of the crisis, 2010 till 2019, 887,876 vehicles sold. In Attica, 563,702,000. Their percentage was increased compared to the previous decade from 51 to 63.48%, and the difference in percentage is about 24%. In the beginning of the new decade, 2020, 2029, the two first years show us we have the sale of 181,888 vehicles, out of which in Attica we have sold 122,214 vehicles. The percentage increased even more, which means that 7 out of 10 cars sold are sold in Attica. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Mr. Marco. I'm sure you have questions because he recorded from 10 to 19. As far as I understood, we only had about 200,000 vehicles, but I think that the panel will discuss that even further. I will leave you on the very experienced hands of the journalist and driver, Mr. Nikos Tsadaris. He will coordinate the next panel. Mr. Logothetis, Mr. Markou, Mr. Kofinas, please take the floor to the panel. And Mr. Adamadiadis, please. Nikos, you have the floor. Thank you.
Εντάξει. Α, ναι, όχι, καλά, τι παίζει. Να έρθει κανένα αμάξι, δεν έχουμε, ούτε εγώ τώρα δεν έχω, το πήραν. Α, εντάξει. Συγγνώμη,
Και να θέσω σε εσάς την πρώτη ερώτηση, κύριε Δαμαντιάδη, γιατί μας είπατε για τις αστικές μεταφορές. Αστικές μεταφορές οι οποίες κυρίως επιβαρύνουν τις πόλεις με όχληση τόσο κυκλοφοριακή όσο και περιβαλλοντική. Και όταν λέω περιβαλλοντική εννοώ τον ήχο και τα καυσαέρια. Εδώ λοιπόν βλέπουμε μια αναγκαιότητα της αύξησης των ηλεκτροκίνητων οχημάτων, αν μη τι άλλο, στις εμπορευματικές μεταφορές, στις αστικές εμπορευματικές μεταφορές. Κι όμως, πανευρωπαϊκά βλέποντας, τα ημιφορτηγά που θα μπορούσαν ως επιτοπλίστων να εξυπηρετήσουν τις αστικές μεταφορές, σε ποσοστό περίπου 92% είναι διζελοκίνητα. Και μόλις 0,4% στην Ευρώπη συζητάω, έτσι, είναι ηλεκτροκίνητα. Πόσο μάλλον στην Ελλάδα. Τα υπόλοιπα το ποσοστό περισσεύει είναι βενζίνης. Τι βλέπετε να γίνεται εκεί και πώς λύνεται αυτό το πρόβλημα?
Η ερώτηση είναι εξαιρετική. Η απάντηση που θα μπορούσα να δώσω είναι ότι οι εξελίξεις θα είναι δραματικές. Θα υπάρξει δραματική αλλαγή αυτών των μεγεθών που αναφέρατε, γιατί βρισκόμαστε σε περίοδο όπου συνειδητοποιείται πλέον η σημασία της αλλαγής των καυσίμων. Η ηλεκτροδότηση, η ηλεκτροκίνηση είναι ένα από τα σημαντικά, βεβαίως και άλλα υπάρχουν, αλλά πιστεύω ότι υπήρξε ένα κόλλημα μέχρι τώρα, το οποίο φαίνεται ότι αντιμετωπίζεται, καθώς οι μπαταρίες των φορτηγών οχημάτων ενός μικρού μεγέθους ημιφορτηγού είχαν βάρος πάνω από 2 τόνους. Ενός μεγάλου φορτηγού, μιας νταλίκας δηλαδή, πάει πάνω από 4,5 τόνους η μπαταρία.
Μάλιστα.
Οπότε αυτό δημιουργήσε ένα θέμα δυναμικής φόρτωσης, δηλαδή δυνατότητας φόρτωσης των οχημάτων. Αυτό όμως φαίνεται ότι αντιμετωπίζεται, καθώς η μία μετά την άλλη οι χώρες αρχίζουν να συνειδητοποιούν το πρόβλημα και να κάνουν εξαιρέσεις και να δίνουν περισσότερο τονάζ, μεικτό τονάζ που να μπορεί να κυκλοφορεί το όχημα. Επίσης, μία τρομακτική αλλαγή, ονομάζω έτσι με τη λέξη τρομακτική, είναι η περίφημη συμφωνία Green Deal της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Εδώ γίνονται για τις μεταφορές, βεβαίως συνολικά, γιατί το Green Deal αφορά το οικοσύστημα, είναι ένα μεγάλο θέμα. Για τις μεταφορές γίνεται πραγματικά μία επανάσταση, όπου εκεί είναι σαφές ότι προωθούνται τέτοια συστήματα κίνησης, όπως η ηλεκτροδότηση και άλλα, συστηματικά, με τεχνολογίες και με πάρα πολλά χρήματα, τα οποία διατίθενται από τους ευρωπαϊκούς προγράμματα και πηγές για ανάπτυξη νέων τεχνολογιών, για έρευνα, για αλλαγές και εφαρμογή. Βρισκόμαστε σε μία, θα έλεγα, στην αρχή μιας κορυφαίας αλλαγής για το μέλλον.
Μάλιστα. Να κάνω εδώ μία
Change. Let me tell you, I'd like to thank Mr. Kalimeris. He will also take the floor. And let me give the floor now to Mr. Kofinas, who represents a PPC. I saw him for the second time in this forum, and I'd like to ask what's going on with the points of charging, because they do not always operate in a rational way. Plus, we have a big increase of the prices. Before the price increase, the price of kilowatt hour in the private charging points were like 0.66 every kilowatt hour. Now, if it has not exceeded 70 cents, plus any surpluses, I don't know what will happen. I believe with regard to electrical power, that what is most important is to have them operating and running 24/7. This is the first and foremost, because when you have an electrical car, and we have this experience, it's important to know that wherever the application shows that there is a charger, the charger must be operational and available. And for us in PPC Blue, this is most important. And although we have the biggest network, we measure every single day, and there's a special group attending that, to be able to repair any problem from the of the charger, even remotely if needed. So the most important, first and foremost, is to have the charger being in operation and available. This is what we guarantee as PPC Blue, and I think all providers should guarantee that. In the present conjecture, it is important to know how much it costs to take this power. I'll get to that. What is important is that in Greece, prices did not change for the electrification due to energy crisis. Charging a private car compared to gas to a conventional car, electrical car is 3 times more interesting compared to any conventional car with regard to public charging. So prices have not changed. This means that electrification providers, of course, have a bigger cost to bear because energy is more expensive, but electrical charging is a service and not a good. Finding a charger where you can have your coffee when you want to travel, when you want to take the boat or the plane, you cannot compare that only to the cost of electricity, of power, but to the cost of finding a source where you mostly need it. This is the logic of the charging. Then it's even better if you can charge at home or at work, because power is always better for private homes compared to public points of charging. We know that power is more expensive now. And of course, as I told you, the service 24/7 is most important. Yes, I know, but car batteries in 80 and 90 kilowatt hours, it's like, you charge 3 days and then you can take your car and go for a ride. You have to wait very long for the battery to charge. Yes, it is interesting to say that we should check what is our electrical supply at home, and then with expert electrical engineers, you have to get the charger that fits your needs. In Greece, we don't have a lot of parking spots at home, and this is the reason why public charging is so important. Even in private businesses or in town halls or whatever. Okay, Mr. Marco, my dear friend Michalis, what is the evolution of electrification that will correct many things? We heard the CEO of VAC from Volkswagen Group, where all this electrification started after Dieselgate, that it will take long for the automobile industry to go to 100% because there are production problems, raw materials, battery problems. Where are we right now? What do you see for the imminent future? Okay, so we're talking about Greece, Europe, or worldwide? Well, let's say Europe, but regarding Greek reality. Well, the reality is that in Greece we are at an embryonic state when it comes to electrification. On a European level, it's doing well. Worldwide, we are much lower than expected. We know that the biggest country, the first country that sells a lot of electrical cars is China. We don't know whether they are quality cars, but it sells. In Greece, the pandemic helped a lot for electrical cars to develop. Now we have 849% compared to 2019. Imagine that gas in 2019 was about 74,000 vehicles. In 2021, 49,000. So there was a reduction of 37.69% in diesel. Out of the 30,000 cars in 2019, we have 17,000 cars. That is a 34% reduction. Hybrid cars that exploited that and from 601 went up to 23,832, 66% difference in percentage. And from electrification, we've had from some hundreds to over 6,000. And based on our research, if we consider that 1 out of 2 are sold in Attica, out of those 6,000, almost 7,000 cars, half of them are in Attica. Really impressive numbers, and we can say here that electrification is a solution for big cities. But there's a conflict with what Mr. Kofinas said, that we don't have parking spots downstairs our homes. Well, the reality is that it's not only a matter of parking. There are many things that have to be settled. First of all, we need to have new parking spots, and we need a partnership of the public and the private sector to do that. Then the state must be the best buyer there is of electrical cars. Okay, dear Michalis, let's go now to Mr. Logothetis, because really I congratulate you for what you said, that people need to be educated first to find solutions to the problems of electrification and sustainable mobility in urban centers. I didn't listen to many things from the governor of the region and the minister with regard to the people. You have an organization that supervises everything. Do you know if you could do some detachments of personnel or changing where they work depending on where they live and the distance they have to drive? With regard to the region, since you talked about electrification, we've done many things from day one. And there's a tender about acquiring new electrical vehicles for the region of Attica, which has a very obsolete fleet. Yes, okay, but first reply to what I said, because it can solve big part of the circulation problems in Athens. Why can a student employee, a civil servant, go from Glyfada to go to Megar and another one go from Kapandriti to Falliro? With regard to the services of the region of Attica, where we have about 39 to 40 buildings, we have emphasized on that in order to adapt where our servants live, in order to not to have unnecessary distances traveled, and we should do that on the state, on the level of the state, in whole public administration. Now, with regard to people in the region, there are many drivers who drive obsolete cars delivered by OV. And these drivers, have they ever been further trained? Because they drive in very stressed environment and conditions. And of course, they drive obsolete cars and on peak hours. We have started training them. Their ages, the age range is 55 to 65 years of age. In the region of Attica, we lack personnel. We haven't had any recent recruitments, and all our drivers are almost at the retirement age. So educating them or training them is not that easy. They're used to driving old cars. And when some people are very close to retirement, they don't really want to be retrained, to be re-educated. So till the fleet is modernized, what happens? Well, this is an issue because we need to train the drivers. So when we get delivery of the new cars, in any way, there's a different philosophy when you drive an electrical car. When we have cars that were manufactured in '89 and we're still driving them. These cars, how and where do they take a technical, they go through technical control? Maybe Mr. Kalatheris could tell us. Anyway, there are too many questions and so little time.
Now moving to Mr. Kalimeris. Good morning. Hello, Mr. Kalimeris. Thank you, and I'm really happy to be with you, although from a distance. Let us know, do we have any specific arrangements with regard to the insurance framework of e-cars? Because as far as I know, e-vehicles are not the safest of vehicles when it comes to their behavior after a very strong car accident, very intense car accident. Actually, we have one or two rescue crews who know how to intervene when there is a car incident involving any vehicle. And please tell me, is there some specific insurance framework for e-cars, as I told you, and if you have any car incidents involving e-cars lately? Yes, in Allianz, we have pan-European studies on e-vehicles. Gradually, our portfolio grows bigger, and we get statistics, we get insights more and more, so we can draw conclusions. The important thing is that e-cars are not that different to conventional cars. I would say that a new electric vehicle using the new safety systems has a behavior which is similar to conventional ones. Original data show that the frequency of failures or cases of broken down is less than with respect to conventional cars, but the cost of repairing is a bit higher. In Allianz, we have no e-vehicle specific cars. We insure them as they are, simple cars. We have the same pricing, the same premium. We don't have data in order to do something else, except for the trend I just told you about. This trend has to do more with the fact that e-vehicles are more high-end, so the labor cost needed in order to produce such a car is a bit increased compared to a conventional car. So this is why the cost of an average damage is increased. And as far as road safety is concerned, globally speaking, there is some bad reputation, to put it like that. It's a bit unfair to e-vehicles. For instance, an e-vehicle crashes, it catch fire. The entire planet will know it. If a conventional car is involved in a car accident, nobody will find out. So there is things are a bit distorted. I'm talking about the fact that I have access to in the context of our job for the motor sector. Now, as far as the car accidents themselves, yes, we need specialized crews. We need people using specialized equipment to do that. Even in cases when we're talking about simple road assistance, which might be needed, a customer or somebody using any car in a car accident, or maybe the car is stopped because there is a failure. So the crew that has to go there and take and fetch the car should be certified. And as far as I know, road assistance companies are now getting these certifications by car industries in order to provide the service. So yes, this is a particular characteristic. It calls for additional attention, although, as I told you, facts and figures show that there is no specific difference compared to conventional ones. Thank you for that. Stick with us. Mr. Adamadiadis, talking now about cities. Apart from lorries and vans, we also have buses. These buses carry sensitive material, and 90% of them use diesel. In Greece or in Athens, okay, we shouldn't talk about that. The kind of standards they fulfill, the kind of emissions they produce. What should be done about that? Because as far as I can tell, the fixed rail means are progressing at a very slow pace. I think today you heard some really encouraging words by the minister, because he said something about purchasing 680 new e-buses. All right, this is, we're talking about, what's the total of buses? 6,000, something like that. So we're talking about 10% of the fleet. That's very, very important. Of course, it's far from easy, because these things come with a cost. So let me say something complementing on adding to what we said during the first question of yours. Currently in Greece, we have an issue with trucks. Our trucks are the oldest in Europe. Average age of 21.5 years. Unfortunately, consecutive attempts by involved users and their FAE, the Federation of Truck Drivers, sadly it hasn't delivered yet with respect to finding a way to replace these old trucks. And that's a very important issue. Of course, the same applies to buses, because at the end of the day, it's the cost that will play a role. But especially for the truck drivers, it's all about how are they going to find the money to replace the truck, because we're not talking about e-trucks now. We're talking about upgrading them, replacing the truck to a new Euro 6 one. It's unaffordable for them. So, Mr. Kofinas, you have the floor. Two topics. One, fast chargers. As far as we, the engineers, know, we know that every fast charger is like a bullet. Please. It's like a bullet straight to the heart of the car. So we have to stop using fast chargers and use the household chargers. Is that correct? Let me tell you something. Any vehicle is like a smartphone. We have been accustomed to top up or to fill up the charging, not to top up the charger. The charging is exactly the same with the e-vehicle, and depending on the brand, we have specific directions on how to charge the battery depending on its level of charging, which shows that the best charging is not when the battery is totally full, empty, and then reaches to 100%. No, you have to fill up the battery whenever you find the charger. That's why we're talking about an extended public charging network, which, as it is the case in the smartphone, you go for a coffee or you go at work, you go to the airport. So you fill up the charging, and as a result, you won't have to fill the battery at 100% using fast chargers. We need fast chargers in some areas, highways, motorways, airports, which is the case when you sometimes need to charge your car quickly or to fill it up quickly. So it's not such a big problem, but when you completely drain the battery, that's why certain cars come with a limit. Please don't drain your battery. And then you use the fast charger, and as a result, this has an impact on the battery. So public chargers, easy to find, ready to use. We have 3 of them, I think, across Panathinaikos Stadium. We have 3 parking slots with chargers, with 3 guys leaving their cars there all day long. Yes, right. These charging stops are not parking slots; they are charging slots. We have solutions. In the e-blue, we have certain solutions depending on the vendor or the partner in order to avoid parking the car for many hours, or an update when the charging is done, or even charging the owner money if the charging is over and he still has the car there. So it's a matter of culture, and the more e-mobility develops, the more partnerships grow, because these chargers are installed in areas of public offices, public organizations, etc. So people are more easily to be trained that this is a charging stop, not a parking slot. Another thing which is helpful would be to have signage. For instance, no parking here. We have chargers in some areas of municipality, and the municipality authorities have this kind of apparatus according to which, when the charging is done, there are fines imposed if you don't remove your car. So we try to build a culture that this is a charging spot, not a parking slot. So it's back to culture, back to education. Yes, prevention, training. That's why e-mobility is a customer-centric activity. We're interested in the driver, not the charger. Mr. Marcu, let's go back and talk about the evolution of e-vehicles. So is e-mobility the day after, the future, or not? Because recently I read some car manufacturers issuing press releases saying that hydrogen allow you to have a steady performance under all weather conditions, allow us to build lighter cars, etc. What's your take on that? Because you promote e-mobility in all regards. Yes, all starts with the EU's decision to decrease emissions by 2030 and eliminate them, to reduce them greatly by 2050. Shipping plays a very important role. It's not just about e-mobility. So we're now emphasizing on cars, on vehicles. We are having a huge debate whether industries should use e-mobility. We have to use that. It's a great tool. Currently, the best option for a customer is to purchase an SUV that are the plug-in SUVs, because, truth be told, we lack chargers. We have huge structural issues that have to be remedied. For instance, no one can purchase an e-car when the manufacturer says that the mileage is 500 kilometers, but in fact it's 400 or 350, and this might change depending on the use, which means that e-mobility is the next big thing, yes, but also autonomous driving. Autonomous driving will be underpinned by e-mobility, because everything will be run on electricity, so as a result car accidents will most likely be decreased, given that there will be connectivity between all vehicles, so we may reduce the speed of this vehicle or that vehicle in order to avoid a collision. And studies have been made, and the Greek statistics agency, the Hellenic Statistic Agency, has said that one out of two car accidents happen in the front and the lateral side. So this means that we will enter the e-mobility era. So if it's possible, by 2030 we want 1 out of 3 cars to be an electric one. We will see whether we can do that, because we have the issue of Ukraine. We have the lack of microchips. I don't know what else might happen in 2025 or 2026. With this fact, the 2021 market was close to the 2018 figures, which means that we have to take small, steady steps. The entire candidacy wants to reach the point of 150 or 170,000 new cars sold. Yes, but we have to take small, steady steps. We have new models coming in. Remember what Mr. Kofinas said before? He went to the presentation of a new model and he was told, this costs this amount of money today. Next year it will cost nothing. So we're talking about consumer goods that the depreciation will be much quicker. So let's take that back to Mr. Logothetis. Given what Mr. Marcos said, it's not reasonable, it's not logic for the region to purchase only e-cars in order to renew their fleet. They have to check their requirements, the roads they use, the kind of use you do, which means that some of them might be plug-in ones, hybrid ones. As far as the plug-in and hybrid ones are concerned, I'm a bit doubtful, because I've seen in action that you charge it once or 2 times, and the only thing you do after that is you carry the plug and everything with you, and you just consume petrol. Clearly enough, we have had a comprehensive study carried out before we decide what vehicles to use or to purchase. We took into account the requirements of the region, also with respect to mobility. That's why we opted for some diesel cars of low emissions plus some e-cars, because, as you understand, we also have the cost. We don't have an unending budget. We currently have 156 cars, and the first renewal will include 40 vehicles, following the tender which is underway. But having said that, the region of Attica also has other vehicles like trucks, lorries, trucks modified to spread salt on the streets. Some of them belong to the region, some others belong to contractors. So that's why we have three sensitization by the public administration. So cars owned by ministries, regional authorities, etc., they have to be the models of use that have zero environmental footprint, etc., because you understand we cannot no more emissions than specified, and of course they have to meet all road safety related standards, so they are attractive to the users. Now, talking about these new 40 e-vehicles you're about to purchase, have you started installing necessary chargers, etc., in the region of Attica buildings? No. The region of Attica, actually most of them are rented, but we have some buildings that belong to us. For instance, the Department of Transport, close to the Ministry of National Defense. This is a building that belongs to us. Or we have the Holargos MOT test center, or in Mandra. So we have the areas where that may be used. Have you started? Yes, we have already completed the study, the design, in order for chargers to be installed. Especially, we're talking about hybrid chargers, which means they will get electricity from the grid, but also use renewables, like photovoltaics, for instance. So, Mr. Kalimeris, to close this circle, in order to have a couple of questions from the floor. Mr. Kalimeris, talking about motor insurance. I haven't heard for many, many years, I think it was International Life who said that in the past, I haven't heard insurance companies giving bonuses to drivers that have received additional driving training. For instance, the EOS or other schools of driving certificates. So, as the Association of Insurance Companies, are you thinking about giving bonuses to drivers who have an MA on driving? Let me be honest. There is no such thing in stock. What we do, and that relates to what you said, is we have certain programs, not that advanced. It was just a trend 4 years ago. We're talking about programs to give premium discounts to good drivers using telematics, providing us with detailed information, the driving behavior of the user. So we do have this product. They haven't been universally accepted by the drivers yet, but it's an alternative. So a plan for this bonus-based scheme for good drivers who have some additional training or certification, no, there's no such thing. So thank you very much. I think we're way past the time allocated to us. However, we have time for a couple of questions. If somebody wants to ask something to the members of the panel or Mr. Kalimeris. So we're that good. I'm glad. I'd like to thank you all. I hope that in the Auto Forum, in the 6th installment of Auto Forum, we will be here to discuss, and I hope that some of our expectations will have been fulfilled. Mr. Kalimeris, hopefully we will have you with us next year. Thank you. I'd like you to thank you, Mr. Chanas. It's not that we don't have questions, but we have some food waiting for us. That's the problem. So, see you during lunch, 20-minute break.
Εκεί είστε.
Α, το έχετε αλλάξει εσείς.
Αυτό σου λέω.
Και εσείς σε ποιο...
Άμα αυτό λέμε.
Ελληνικά.
As different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives. As different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives. As different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives. As different and diverse as they may be, our products all have one common goal: to protect, support, and save lives. Draeger is technology for life. We have been working towards this aim for 130 years. Every day we live up to that responsibility by putting all of our passion, knowledge, and experience into improving lives.
Μετά το λιγόλεπτο διάλειμμα, σας ευχαριστώ όλους πολύ. Όπως θέλω να ευχαριστήσω και την επόμενη ομιλήτρια, ήρθε από το εξωτερικό για να είναι εδώ μαζί μας, να μας μιλήσει.
So we get...
Στην κυρία Λουτσιάνα Ιόριο. Θα της δώσω αμέσως το λόγο.
This is to go next. Okay, perfect. So, good afternoon. Και αυτά είναι τα ελληνικά που ξέρω. Καταλαβαίνω ότι έχω το δύσκολο καθήκον να κάνω την παρουσίαση μεταξύ του διαλύματος για καφέ και του υπόλοιπου του συνεδρίου. Θα προσπαθήσω να σας δώσω μια ενδιαφέρουσα παρουσίαση. Πρώτα απ' όλα θα ήθελα να σας ευχαριστήσω που είσαστε όλοι εδώ και είμαι ανάμεσα σε διακεκριμένους ομιλητές και καλεσμένους. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω τον φίλο μου, την φίλη μου, κυρία Μιλωνά.
Dear friend Michalis Adamantiatis, they all share with me the task at the UNECE. Now, I hope to make it interesting for you all. I also have the clock, that's good. Technology first. Back. Okay. So, I am here in my capacity as a UNECE chair of the Global Forum for Road Traffic Safety, and I will walk you through what we do in Geneva together with our distinguished friends, as well as what are the challenges that we all are facing at global level. And then we will move on as some snippets of what urban mobility means and the challenges, because that is what is the crux of this forum. And I have heard so many interesting ideas. So first of all, the vision, but you have already heard about that. We have this Agenda 2030, which is actually the future we want, is the subtitle of the agenda, is the document, the UN document bearing the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have actually 8 years left in order to accomplish those goals, which is not a huge amount of time. Then we have 17 goals, and then the targets, and then the indicators. Some of the indicators are replicated, and that is why the numbers can change. And then we have the declaration leading to the resolution on road safety. The declaration stem out from these meetings you see listed there. The last one was in Stockholm in February 2020 and was just the very global meeting before the pandemic broke and disrupted our lives. So, UN Vision, the transport-related goals, you know that, is the number, the goal 3, and we have the 3.6, which still bears by 2020. Of course, it has gone. You know, we should have been halving the number of fatalities and serious injuries on the roads. And then we have goal 11, which applies to this forum and is related to stepping back. Just, that's right, true. You know, and 11.2 Thank you to the interpreters. I want to say that because they were the ones who kept me connected to the... I can see that. That's true. That's true. I mean, I always forget that. And the interpreters, they just have kept me linked to the other distinguished speakers because otherwise I would have had not a key through. I can see the clock is running. So 11.2 is linked to this forum, which is about also urban dwellings, city life, how we are going to improve the city life. So here are some factors which sometimes are neglected. The UN vision also applies to this 5P. People, planet, partnership, peace, and prosperity. You know, these are the 5P grounding key points which are also embedded in the SDG. We should also act all together in order to promote everything according to these these 5 drives, you know, because they are linked wherever, and especially in the mobility, road transport, and city life framework. So, where does the Global Forum I chair stands here is under the ECOSOC, which is one of the body of the UN system, the UN Galaxy. We meet in Geneva 2 or 3 times or 4 times according to what we have on the table, which is if it is scorching hot or not. And the Global Forum has in its mandate the update and the care of 2 conventions, road traffic and road sign and signals, and the 2 set of resolutions. So here, that is the group, and this is a kind credit to Michalis Adamantiadis, who took a wonderful photo of us, you know, and that is the group when meeting. You know, why not to say that? So here comes the agenda, which could turn out quite boring, but indeed it's very interesting. We meet for 5 days. Days, morning and afternoon, is quite challenging for all the colleagues because we have to go all through these items you see there, you know, from the updating the conventions to the light signaling, the safe system approach, distracted driving, and so on so far. But I know that nowadays what is really a hot, sexy topic is only the technology. Autonomous, I've heard that, autonomous, automated driving, what's going to be next, how are we going to move, technology, which is the game changer, the heart stopper of everything, you know. And as you see in my slides, I say technology seems... Indeed, the advanced automotive technology will deliver and will curb the human errors, and indeed I'm sure that they will bring wonders on our roads, but at the same time, you know, there are still big questions which are left unanswered, such as how is going to be the role of the driver, who is going to train the new drivers when technology, and I mean level of technology, level 4, you know, with and so on, will level 3 as well, will be on the road in a massive traffic. What is going to be of the traffic rules? What are going to be the traffic what are going to do the traffic regulators? And as well, how are you going to change your traffic code? What is going to be of the role of the driver? You know, the cognitive skills, the physical skills, and so on so far. And also about the liability. Who is going to be liable? The system or the driver? That has been on the table of the Global Forum for a long, long time and has been a long quest. If you are interested and you are not yet stiff board, you can find that under the UNEC and in the Global Forum. And these are some of our achievements. One is an amendment to the convention. The last one is the 34 bis and Article 1. And the other one is the resolution on other activities than driving, which would take, I think, 3 days if I would start to talk about that. But so I will skip, but you can find that on the website. And here is a topic which I must admit was raised by our dear friend Mrs. Danelli Milonas, and she came to the Global Forum in Geneva and she said, what about new mobility? What about this challenge of the scooters, e-scooters, and all the things which are going now to hit the road? Apparently we are going already to deal with robo delivery and you name it, you have it. And indeed, personal mobility devices can make the traffic lighter. But I'm not sure that then can make the traffic safer or can make the movement of some vulnerable road users safer if they are not properly regulated. At the moment, we see that they are spreading like bees everywhere. You know, you can have these e-scooters scattered all around the cities. But I would ask to you as a policymakers and to all who are listening, who is that is using the scooter? Which age belt? Which age belt is going to use the scooters? And is this going really to make the difference in the traffic? This is a question mark. We are thinking about that. We are gathering best practices, and we are trying to understand more than that. But it's still an analytic question. Then, Global Forum is named Global because, of course, we are involved also with the outreach outside the Palais. And one of our best moments in the Global Forum is the synergy with the Euromed transport project led by Mr. Adamantiadis. And there are colleagues coming from the Mediterranean Corniche countries coming to Geneva and simply explaining the challenges, the problems, offering good examples, best practices, and we are all together. I think that is thought-provoking, and it is also, you know, benefiting everyone, because if we stay close, if we do not stay open, you know, especially with open-minded, you know, it's just a sterile, a dull exercise. Transport by itself means links. So I am really happy when Euromed colleagues are around, and we are going to have another big momentum in September. But still, the outreach is wide, and we also act for the global good, and we moved down to Southeast Asia and to India in particular with the Indian Road, the Institute of Road Traffic Education in India, in Delhi, with Dr. Baluja, and at the moment are just facing a not very popular topic, the non-regulated transport mode. And by non-regulated, I mean those kinds of tricks, which are cleverly engineered. And why is that? I mean, clearly they are not proper transport mode. Clearly they are not regulated by any convention, by any legal tool. But the real issue is that they do exist to serve the society. They serve a societal need. They allow people to bring kids home, kids to school and back home in remote area of some regions. So if we want to go global, if we want really to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, we have also to take into account of this reality and offer some guidelines, some best practices, some advices or exchanges. This is part of the reality, you know. And then we have the SDG framework. We have to think that as an ethical multiplier, the replicable mobility principles, and what does road safety means. Because as I said before, road safety is not only to move safe on the road, but is also allowing a huge panoply of activities, connecting the dots, allowing people to move safer, to reach the medical opportunity, to the kids to go to school, and so on and so forth. We can take this for granted in Western Europe, but in some regions of the world, it's not something so obvious. So, the urban environment of the new age, that's what I heard before, you know. So we have another UN document, which is the Habitat Third, you know, and that there are the guidelines in order on how the new environment would look like, the challenges we have to take into account, you know, the big center, the big urban sprawl, and then connecting the traffic, which is not the same everywhere, and the morphing urban center. Morphing means changing, but you know that because it comes from Greek. And then the age of the mega cities. And here comes the problem. If you want to transform the cities, then you have to look ahead, very far ahead. And there are predictive policies saying, you know, all policymakers, we should sit down and think, you know, what is going to happen, what would really happen, and what should happen in order to realize something in the years and decades ahead. This is about, if you want to transform the urban environment, which means also to transform the mindset, as it has been said this morning. And then smart cities, but really happy cities. Do we want the traffic we have now to be transformed in the same traffic in the future? Or we are going to transform in a totally different urban environment? And then there is a huge debate which has also been sparked by the post-pandemic trends and the crisis, and the challenges of transformational infrastructure and so on and so far. And here we come to the big moment, because we are policy makers. But where does this name come from? It does really from policy, from the polis. The city as a community of interest, a community of values to share. And for example, just think, I will end with that. Think what is our role. Athens was the polis, and then there was the Acropolis. But the Acropolis at that time had also another meaning. It was not only the stronghold, was not only the holy place, but was the symbol. Whoever was coming closer to Athens had to bear in mind that that was a city having some values which were kept in the Acropolis. And as policymakers, we should do the same, set examples to be then spread all over the world. Karistopoli, and thank you for your attention, and I think that is all. Thank you. I did manage to stay on time. That is good. I will try not to tumble down. Second challenge.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ την κυρία Ιόριο.
Thank you very much, Miss Iorio. It's not an easy thing to keep the time allocated, but everything you said has been very important, and we'd like to thank you for that. Driving and alcohol, technologies for prevention. Mr. Kondostolis is a director of safety division for Greece and Cyprus of Drager Hellas. Drager is a company that we got to know very well, and it has to do with the alcohol interlock. In other words, the way that will help us avoid taking the car when inebriated. So apart from anything that it does as a company, it offers societal services. Thank you very much for being with us. You have the floor.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to the ladies and gentlemen who are watching us online. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to thank Ms. Milona for the invitation and for the cooperation we have had throughout the years. I would like to thank you for this invitation to this important event organized by Ethos Events. The interventions made before mine were very interesting, given to us by distinguished speakers, all of which focused to what we need to do in order to improve our daily life when it comes to transport in the city, and more specifically in Athens, in the wider region of Attica. But if we want to have a successful daily transport, we need to have safe transport, and safe transport is the one where the driver hasn't consumed any alcohol whatsoever. That is why the topic of today's presentation pertains to safe driving. And before I would like to give the presentation, I would like to say that technology actually prevents drivers that have consumed alcohol from taking the car. Some data now coming from the Greek Statistical Service from 2019. 8% of traffic violations are the result of exceeding the alcohol consumption limit, which is a percentage that is quite considerable. The same amount stems from the data provided to us by the Greek police, according to which And here, by the way, you can see the figures. The percentage remains the same. There is only a small reduction, in my view, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, because we had fewer drivers moving in the streets. And based on this data, we can see that different categories of drivers, be it professionals, truck drivers, as well as private drivers and motorbikers, all of these categories continue to have quite a few traffic violations because of alcohol consumption. Now, if we take a look outside Greece and see what's going on in Europe, we will see that 25% of deadly accidents are the result of alcohol consumption. This can be translated as follows. 50 fellow beings in a population of 1 million lose their lives. Over 6,500 people lose their lives, but the worst is that five times more people are seriously injured following such an accident. Now, based on this data, the European Union decided to take some specific measures that have to do both with the overall safety during driving and, more specifically, to the driving under alcohol consumption.
Τα οποία θα κατασκευάζονται στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση ή
Now, all the cars that will be imported in the European Union will be equipped with the alcohol meter type interlock so that we can prevent accidents like the ones mentioned before. There are some preventive technologies that can help us so that we can prevent from drivers driving intoxicated. These are the technologies that you can see on the screen. This is the interlock prevention technology that prevents accidents. This system comprises two devices that are connected with one another. The one device is the alcohol meter. We have a visual contact with that. We have seen it when some traffic controllers have used it in order to check some drivers. And there is another part that is used where we blow in order to identify whether alcohol has been consumed, and there is another system that provides an electrical stimulation to the relay of the engine that prevents the engine from starting. It is a simple system to work with, however highly effective since it prevents us from driving when we are intoxicated. The application of interlock could be quite wide. We could use it for personal use, in other words, to install it in our own car. We could install it in school buses or even in public transportation means. The accident of with the bus a few days ago could have been prevented if such a system had been installed, and it could also be installed in professional cars, in ADR vehicles. I believe it's very important to be installed in these, as well as families where there is a history of alcoholism. And also, it could be installed in cars used by young drivers. Now, let's take a look here at the different applications of interlock around Europe. We can see that each state has a policy either of compulsory or optional installation. In France, in Sweden, in Finland, in Norway, all the school buses are obligated to have alcohol meter type interlock. In Norway, based on the legislation, the buses and the minibuses have the system installed. In many European countries, and prior to 2010, the state had recommended that the drivers who had exceeded the alcohol consumption limit should install such a system in order to be under control, quote unquote, and not face the risk of losing their driving license. And the time of installation of this system is inextricably linked with the amount of alcohol milligrams found in their blood. I would like to emphasize that it's not just the policy implemented by the different states that makes the installation of the system compulsory or optional. There are many companies which during the last few years in Europe have started installing systems like this in their vehicles, or companies that have EDR vehicles, or companies that are operating in the transportation sector, or companies that want to protect their staff from any problems during driving. But there is a second solution to what we call prevention technology. It is a simple alcohol meter. It is the alcohol meter used by the Greek police. Of course, any private entity can purchase that. There is the alcohol meter that is used pre-control stage. In other words, before we decide to drive, we take the test and we are given an answer. And then there is the other type of alcohol meter that shows us how much alcohol is in our blood. The alcohol meter interlock type is linked with the engine of the car. This specific alcohol meter is, of course, associated with the personal consciousness of each and every one of us. So, in that case, the use of this specific alcohol meter actually tells us that we should not drive since we have consumed higher quantity of alcohol than the one allowed. The application of this alcohol meter could be made in different fleets of companies. Any company could actually provide every employee with such an alcohol meter to be placed in the glove compartment. Of course, it could also be used in professional vehicles for personal use, but most of all, it could be used by young drivers. It is my view that when a parent gives a car to the child, they should give an alcohol meter at the same time. This is the best gift they could give. Of course, first they must have trained the children to use it. Thank you very much.
Κύριε Κοντοστόλη, σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kondostolis. I believe that Interlock is a very effective tool, and I would like to thank you for being present here today. You said that maybe this accident could have been prevented, and I know exactly what you mean. You meant who was going to blow in the specific device and who was going to read the results. But still, I agree that it's very important for big vehicles like the bus to have such a system that ensures that the driver is sober and able to drive. The role of education in road safety. I would like to invite first Mr. Yorgos Makris, a partner of the Institute, and then Mr. Brouzas. You have 15 minutes. Good afternoon. Many important things have been mentioned in this conference. However, there are three basic keywords that we need to retain: mentality, consciousness, and culture. The best way to approach these is through education, and especially through school education, because children who are now in primary school or elementary school are the hereditors of the current system. The children who are today at school will experience what we are now talking about. And I would like to agree with what Mr. Vulgarakis said, that Attica is not a sustainable region, and our duty today is to set the foundation so that the children who are now at school, elementary schools or primary schools, to grow up and live in a sustainable city. So the school has the obligation to prepare children for the future. But unfortunately, what we see is that road safety is not taught in the way that it should be taught at schools. Usually, before we start the program, we make a niche assessment to identify the gaps of the educators, and we ask them, do you have any road safety programs at schools? Many times the answer is yes, but not in a systematic way. And what do you teach to children? We teach the signs, the rules, how to cross the street, and that's it. Road safety, however, is more than that. And if we take a look at foreign literature, we can see that it's an ever-evolving issue. And we're not talking only about traffic safety education, but we talk about traffic safety and mobility education, since this is actually the topic of the conference. The Institute took part in the committee of experts of the LEARN program, and in that committee, we try to provide a definition of what traffic safety education is. So, traffic safety education is the way in which we learn children to develop a positive behavior by providing emphasis to the education so that they can understand the signs, the road safety, the different situations they may be involved in. But it is something more than that. It's something more than going to the road safety park and learning how to cross the street. It is, first of all, the development and improvement of skills and the strengthening and change of motives and incentives. This is the most basic thing we can do. We need to develop a culture in which they will look for safety and strive for safety. So teaching needs to include the risk hazard perception, the different risk factors, teaching how to understand the possible dangers that are associated with the behaviors of others, then empathy, conflict management, emotional management, citizenship, social responsibility, all of these skills of the 21st century, which are absolutely necessary for every citizen so that they can coexist with the other fellow human beings. And there is another point, and that is the provision of the necessary tools for a well-informed choice of moving. And this is actually linked with the topic of the conference. In other words, why do children need that? Because they will have to deal with certain challenges. We have touched upon these challenges. I don't want to repeat them. Climate change, public health. Every year, 350,000 children lose their life because of road accidents, but also because of diseases caused by traffic. Especially in big cities. Moreover, the sedentary way of life is the reason of many children's diseases. We should not forget that the number of obese children has multiplied by 10 since the 50s. And of course, COVID-19, since we're talking about social distancing and need for personal mobility. And so we need to teach children in order for them to turn to the renewable ways of moving around the city. In other words, the children should be taught how to make the right choices, the sustainable choices. Of course, they will know what road safety means. They will know how not to pose dangers to the other drivers. Know how to reduce noise and pollution, how to exercise more, but they should also know the different constraints and limitation. They should know how to behave if they choose to use the bicycle, for example. That is, that they will get the bike up to a certain point, then they will get the public transportation means, and then they will have to walk. All these things can be taught, and this is exactly the goal of our programs. We want to teach our children to develop a new culture and a new mentality that will promote the sustainable ways of transport. Here you can see our basic programs, which is riding a bike safely, and I move around with safety. We have trained over 230,000 students. Both of these programs promote active mobility, but in a safer way. And at the same time, during the last few years, through our participation in European programs, we have managed to enrich the educational programs through the showcasing of best practices from around Europe. This is one of these projects, the CROSS project. We have also developed manuals and materials that can be used by the educators in their effort to teach children. And all of this material places emphasis on sustainable mobility. This is the innovative part of the project, since it involves a scenario of road safety using virtual reality classes. We have a scenario for pedestrians and scenario for bike that includes challenges that they may face. This is the so-called Moving Stars project, in the context of which we try to combine play-centered approach with social education and safe mobility. We teach children how to coexist with others in the streets, and then how to comprehend the concepts of road safety. We have developed a guide that includes over 70 exercises or games that the educator can use in the classroom. We have also created board games, different plays. This is a big board game that you can see. We have also developed a video game that does not promote the sedentary way of life, since children standing have to use an avatar that is moving in the video in order to prevent risks. They have to use their own body so that they can develop at the same time the skills of mobility, of stopping, turning around, running. This is one of the multiplier events that took place in Spain, in the context of which we presented to young educators this program. We also showed them what we had done in Larissa, in the context of the Road Safety Festival. The Cycling in Safety is another Erasmus program in which we take part, and which has as an objective to bridge the gap that exists between the northern and southern European countries when it comes to bicycles. Here you can see a simulator of a bike that has a scenario of alcohol use and drugs use. This has been implemented in the Netherlands. Here we have some school contests for digital creation. It is organized for the 5th consecutive year. This year our topic is bicycle. We have also contributed to the skill development labs because we want to incorporate the 21st skills into road safety discussion. We have developed the 6 labs for primary and secondary education, 25 hours each, and they touch upon road safety, personal safety. Apart from education, of course, we want to activate and mobilize the citizens, starting with the teenagers. Last year, we had a very successful campaign called This Is My Street, which is coordinated by EFIA, and which was developed on the demands of the teenagers themselves who had asked for safer roads and for safer infrastructure. Last year, it was implemented in 30 kilometers in urban areas. Here you can see a picture from the Sustainable Mobility Week. In the context of Civitas, we had also been invited in Rethymnon, where we received the Road Safety Award. And in order to conclude my part, those of you who haven't heard about the Charter, I would like to tell you that the contest for the Excellence Awards for Road Safety has started. If you want to take part, you can actually take part as long as you have taken initiatives promoting the road safety, the safety of young, or initiatives for professional drivers. You can register in the Charter, you can send your best practices, and maybe they will become known around Europe. It is a very effective platform for the promotion of road safety issues. And another category is the best application for road safety purposes. And I would like to give the floor to my colleague Panos Brouzas, who will talk about this technology application.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Good afternoon. So, we were told, as Vasilis said, that we should learn about driving and having a driving culture as of an early age. However, since we are at a transitional period where we have tourism, mobility, electrification, things are changing and there are two big trends which will prevail. One of them is electrification. We believe that it addresses all types of vehicles, cars, bicycles. We believe it is the future of transportation, and multimodal transportation is here to stay and offer a way out of saturated models. And right now we are at the transitional period. If you have recently driven a modern vehicle, we are now entering the era of level 3, level 4, and gearbox-free cars. In the EU, we will have cars with a lot of equipment that helps you keep your lane or deviate from your lane if you want. So we go ahead with our work. We train staff members. Our approach is human-driven because humans have to change their behaviors, and of course we have a range of programs. Here I have photos from two recent trainings that we had in the companies Yara and Iraklis. And at the same time, we like micromobility. We believe the transition to micromobility is inevitable. So apart from informing the children, we have tried to inform adults as well. And let me give you an example. A milestone at our young age is when we were able to drive our bicycle without the auxiliary wheels. Bicycle is our first vehicle, so keep the word vehicle. Bicycle is a transportation means that will be used more and more, and its possibilities will develop further with electrical bicycles. There was also an information action in Gazi for electrical bicycles. And skates, and the only way we can actually be safe on the road is walking. This was our campaign. It was a message conveyed by broadcasting it on TV. We had a cooperation. We learned many things, and apparently bicycles are at the forefront, even downtown Athens. We were able to observe and see what are the needs of users of bicycles. And of course, with your help, we go towards the future. Our vision keeps being the same, a world without road accidents. Hopefully, very soon, we'll be able to have a roof over our heads, over the heads of this endeavor, that is. Thank you very much for your attention. I will give the floor now to the next speaker.
Ο Δήμαρχος Βάρης Βούλας Βουλιαγμένης, ο κύριος...
The mayor of Varis Voulas Vouliagmenis, Mr. Konstantelos, who is vice president of the Civitas European Network. He is the last speaker of this session. Then we will proceed to the last panel. We didn't leave Mr. Konstantelos last for no other reason than he is not here present. He is in the western coast of the United States. He's in Washington, so we have a time difference of 6 to 7 hours, and you understand that in order for him to wake up and join the meeting, he had to take this place in the schedule. So here is Mr. Konstantelos. Good morning in America, good afternoon in Greece. Hello. Mr. Konstantelos, good morning for you. Good afternoon from Greece. Good morning, good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Thank you very much for being with us. You have the floor. I would like to thank you for the excellent conference. I've heard the last three speakers, and all three had something special to say, something very realistic and very useful at the same time. And I would like to thank them for taking part in the conference. Yes, I am in the United States for a family issue, pleasant one, thank God, and I cannot be with you so that we can have this discussion in person. First of all, if you allow me, I would like to thank the Road Safety Institute Panos Milonas, and more specifically Ms. Milona, who is a special personality in the field of road safety. There are many people who want, and there are very few people who want and can, and Ms. Milona is undoubtedly one of these people. Before I say a few words, trust me, I will not say much. I will just touch upon the efforts we are making at the level of local authorities, at the level of municipality, in order to improve the conditions or to increase, if you like, the possibility of citizens to move around in a sustainable and more humane and safe way. If you allow me, I would like to make two comments. First of all, I would like to share with you my experience from last week. Last week, I traveled to Xanthi, and I stopped at a gas station in order to buy a charger. And I saw that next to the chargers, there were some special devices for the safety belts. Just think about that. In Greece, we have this mentality that the safety belt is something cumbersome and something annoying. That is why in the gas stations of our country, we sell only the part where the safety belt locks, so that we can actually fool this system and avoid using the safety belt, which is insane. I would also like to say that safety is a concept that is synonymous to the operation of the air industry. So, in the
με βασικές λογικές και η λογική αυτή είναι
aircraft industry. In that industry, there is this safety culture and standardization that nobody can diverge from. And I believe that these are now starting to be applied in the automotive industry. So, in the aircraft industry, there are some things that we are still lacking in our country. And we are also lacking many important standards in the automotive industry and in the relevant education provided at schools. Maybe there are some other subjects that are perceived more important by the educators, more important than the road safety subject that could actually save the life of a child who could be a pedestrian or a driver and could potentially be involved in such an incident. So for me, safety involves three things: culture, that has to do with education, and of course, check, control, which I believe is very defective. In other words, how do we control and monitor all these things that are dictated by the traffic code? The second point is the infrastructure and the quality of infrastructure. What is the quality of our roads? How do we design our roads? And the third important point is technology, which we see in the different transportation vehicles. I believe that if we manage to combine these three points, culture, infrastructure, and technology, then we will get a very positive result, far better than the current result we are getting. I have the pleasure of being the mayor of a very beautiful municipality that has, however, a coastal road of 31 kilometers. It is the coastal road of Vouliagmeni. And allow me to give you statistical data that we got 2 years ago when we were trying to build a pedestrian bridge from the hospital of Voulas up to the municipality of Vouliagmeni. 23 people have lost their lives during the last 35 years. And as passengers in cars, 36 people have lost their lives in road accidents. We are talking about a huge number of people who have lost their life without reason in an area, in a country that wants to be called civilized and safe. So there are many things that can be done and need to be done, and we all need to take part in this effort. The educational system, the private organizations, all of us, we all need to become more proactive so as to prevent accidents and not to treat the consequences, because treatment is always associated with higher costs. So allow me to give you a short presentation of what we have done in the municipality of Varis Vouliagmenis. I have also the luck of being the chair of Political Advisory Committee of Civitas Network, which is a tool, if you like, a network in which take part municipalities and mayors from around Europe. And it is the network associated with DG Move. In other words, with the Director General that has to do with transport, mobility. For us in the municipality of Varis Vouliagmenis, anything we do, be it a project, a service, or a procurement, is based on a basic principle. And this principle is the so-called triple bottom line, in the context of which we are trying to balance the three basic sustainability factors: human, environment, and economy. The common ground of all these three is where we try to focus all our activities and actions. Up until last year, we were trying all the decisions we were making to be based on two of the platforms. From January 2022, we have the demand for ourselves and for our services, anything we do, anything we design or implement, to be based on all three in order to be beneficial for humans, since we are a human-centric society, in order to protect, enhance, and improve the environment, and of course, in order for these two things to be achieved, to be beneficial for the economy. In other words, to have an overall positive result. So in the municipality of Vouliagmeni, we have developed a series of actions in order to treat with climate change, to reduce pollution, and to promote sustainable urban mobility, and also to improve the environmental beauty of our municipality. We have been blessed with a beautiful landscape and environment, and thank God the previous mayors have managed to preserve it. So we have this very beautiful municipality with a lot of greenery and with so many beautiful beaches. As you can hear, we have an ambulance passing. The sirens are on, but anyway, allow me to continue my presentation. Through the Green Deal program, the European Union has committed to become the first carbon-free continent by 2050. Now, whether this is feasible or possible remains to be seen. It will be checked every 5 years. So this European Green Deal includes a series of compulsory measures that need to be implemented by the European states and by the different levels of governance, including the local authorities and municipalities. It also includes funding tools, the last one of which is the so-called 100 carbon zero cities. And the Green Deal has to do, of course, with sustainable mobility, renewable energy, clean transport, something that is very important but will take a lot of years, biodiversity and nature, sustainable agriculture, since agriculture consumes a lot of resources, therefore it needs to be sustainable and effective, and a green industry in the sense of how we produce and what we produce. The European Green Deal focuses on a series of local Green Deals made by the cities or regions in order to incorporate the European ones in the local daily life and thus reach the objectives. That is why the municipalities and the local communities are the basic actors in this whole process, actors that can actually successfully implement these local Green Deals. The local authorities are responsible up to 70% for the implementation of the local Green Deals, and that is why they can play a very decisive role in their successful implementation. And they can also play an important role when it comes to the achievement of the SDG goals, which is basically a sum of goals that have as a horizon the one mentioned before.
Πρέπει να επιτευχθεί. Πώς επιτυχάνεται η βιώσιμη αστική κινητικότητα?
Now, the basic principles of Civitas, which have been repeated many times, the last one being in November in Aachen in the context of Civitas, in which there was presentation of the European Commission, but also in May when we had the committee convened in Athens with a very extensive agenda. So the priorities are, first of all, that we give space in the city to pedestrians or to bikers. Car is a good thing, yes, but it is not to be used extensively in the cities, not only because it pollutes, but because it is unhealthy, and there are many issues that do not comply with the perception we have for the development of sustainable cities. We all know very well that if we want to buy bread from the bakery, we don't need to take the car necessarily. However, in Greece, this is the daily practice. They go to buy bread or to buy the newspaper by taking the car. The second thing we try to share with the Commission of Transport and with the other organizations taking part in Civitas is for the transport at the level of municipality to be green and environmentally neutral, and this to happen always in the context of the guidelines of the European Commission regarding the threshold and the conditions and obligations of each community as time goes by. In the municipality of Vari Vouliagmeni, we made a very intensive effort in order to draft the Sustainable Mobility Plan, which is basically a roadmap for the city we want to live in 30, 40 years' time. And it's an integrated, comprehensive strategic plan in which different stakeholders took part. That is, the competent ministry, the municipality, the civil society. Now, the basic objective is the protection, organization, and expansion of the free green mobility of people, and another objective of ours is to improve the quality of life. It is the trend that can be seen around the world in different cities. Infrastructure exists, it needs to be improved or expanded so as to create more space for pedestrians, more space for bikers. We need to make our cities, even these inhumane grey cities that have been the result of urbanization of the last 50 years, we need to transform them into pedestrian-friendly cities. And I would like to remind you, when Evert made Vukuresiu Street pedestrian street, for 6 months the store owners were throwing oranges to the ministry. Now, the pedestrian streets in Athens are the most frequented streets of a chaotic and not very beautiful city. E-mobility. E-mobility is a very ambitious objective that will change our lives. It is one of the top actions introduced by Civitas and by the local sustainable mobility plans. Our objective is to reduce the consumption of fossil fuels, to reduce environmental pollution, but also to reduce noise pollution. Nowadays, the average noise pollution in a municipality is 85 to 95 decibels throughout the 24 hours of the day. You understand that these are prohibitive levels of noises. These are levels of noises associated with an airport. So in the municipality in October 2020, and with the participation of Ministry of Environment, we presented another innovative action, and this was the installation and operation of the first system of free public vehicles to be used in our municipality. Of course, we're not trying to compete with private companies that are leasing cars, nor are we trying to make money. But what we are trying to do is to give the possibility to everyone at low cost, lower than renting a scooter in the center of Athens, to rent an electrical vehicle in order to move around and to get to know what e-mobility means. So we have completed this project. We have the first 3 vehicles. We want to add another 3, and it is actually a project that has been embraced by all people, especially during the summer period. The public bikes. This is a project that is available to all. The municipality has issued a card which is called Easy Bike. We have vehicles which are at the disposal of anyone who wishes to rent them by using an application on their mobile phone. And we have also a charging station of the small vehicles, be it scooters or skates, or even devices for personal use. This charging station is a Platea Nymphon in Voyagmeni, and we expand this network to 300 more charging points. All this happening in the context of expanding the bicycle network, which has been the objective of the Antonis Tritsis program.
Στην πόλη μας διαθέτουμε και το πιο
In our city, we also have the more extensive per capita network of chargers. We have completed the strategic study for the expansion of this network in view of the new e-mobility era. We have charging stations at different points of the municipality. 2 of these are fast chargers, and we have also completed the plan for the e-vehicles charging network, which actually provides for 70 chargers strategically located in the city in order to be able to serve the commercial zones, the coastline, and the buildings. Based on the legislation, for every 1,000 inhabitants, there should be 1 e-charger, fast charger, which means in our case we would need 52 chargers. However, we thought that 70 e-chargers are the minimum that we can have in the coming years, since our area has the highest sales of e-vehicles. Municipal transportation means we started in 2018, and we wanted to connect these vehicles with all other transportation means used in the municipality, and to connect them with all the popular destinations that are the coastal front, the hospital, the other municipal buildings. So the length of the 2 lines amounts to 40 kilometers, and we have created 103 stops for municipal transportation. The municipal transportation expands and uses now e-vehicles, and this will actually lead to a new model that will be based on combined transport. Always in the context of a program for the use of e-vehicles. In the context of this program, anyone who wishes to move from one point to another will submit a request, and then the system will come up with the optimum itinerary and get this inhabitant from one point to another. Basically, this is a system that designs the appropriate itinerary and picks up and then leaves at the final destination. This is a model that has been implemented in Munich, in the southern suburbs of Munich, with great success. We are keeping track of it, and we will soon implement it in the municipality of Vari Vouliagmeni. Our vision is to create a smart, green, and effective city. I could talk about our vision for hours, but since I don't have time, I would like to close this presentation here and say that our main objective is to give the possibility to the people who are visiting our city or to those who live in our city to move around safely around the different points of our municipality. We want to make our municipality accessible, safe for everyone, and we will achieve that by using different applications that will describe and ensure all these things, and will also be associated with another major issue, which is the one of the accessibility for people with disabilities. Of course, we have a long way to go. I hope I didn't tire you much. I'm here for any questions.
I think we can move.
Κύριε Δήμαρχε, να ξέρετε, άκουγα πολύ κόλλα και...
Mayor, I was listening to many compliments for your project. Now let's have our last panel for the last topic of the day. We have the mayor also online if anybody wants to make any questions. Dr. Essa Iorio, Mr. Kostantanelos, Mr. Kondostalis, Mr. Brouzas, Mr. Skianis, please come to the panel. Ms. Milona, you can have the floor. Thank you very much once again. Thank you, Takis. Thank you, Mr. Bournarakis. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Konstantelos, the mayor of Vari Vouliagmeni and vice president of Civitas PLC. Mr. Konstantelos, I could never imagine a better closing presentation. You presented this model example of your municipality. We talked today about a global plan and the decade for our actions for road safety. We talked about multimodality, spatial planning, micromobility, and a lot more topics. I believe that everything that you have implemented touching upon culture, education, training. We couldn't have a better example than what you gave us. I'm so happy that we started cooperating with your institute with regard to road safety. We're very happy that even from Washington, and allow me to congratulate you for the success of your children who finished university. It's the reason why you're there. You will be with us very soon. Thank you very much. Let me ask you first, though I see that we have a steady line. With regard to your institutional role as a mayor and as chair of Civitas, what should be done to promote micromobility, and what would help disseminate micromobility? Because we're a country, usually, we're a country of big words, but not too many actions are taken. Cooperation is not an easy task in Greece, but you have managed to do so many things. How come that you were able to implement this in the municipality of Vari Vouliagmeni? And what were the difficulties and what are the benefits environmentally, socially, with regard to this achievement of yours? First of all, let me tell you that it is a long way in order to finally complete, if you ever complete this big journey of transforming a city to a sustainable and mobile city, when most citizens are people who walk a lot or who use a means of transport that are not cars. It's a big way, a long way. We keep learning from the various applications. Lipsia, Antwerp, Vari municipalities have a common observatory. We share our experiences in order to contribute to the directives and any European endeavor relevant to that. We want to have a clear-cut legislation. Nothing has to be misunderstood. Nothing has to be ambivalent. If the user of the bicycle, of the motorcycle, of the device has a specific lane, has a specific legal framework, knowing who has priority, who doesn't have priority, creates a better context for safety and allows further extension. So in order to give incentives for people to embrace the bicycle. How many people in Greece say, I want to take the bicycle to work, but there are no safe lanes to get to do that? Yesterday, I was out in the capital with my daughter, so we went for a small excursion to see the monuments, and I was really impressed. That's, of course, due to chance, that at some point I saw two senators approaching the Capitol and a lady. Two of them came by bicycle and the third by an electrical skate. And I was informed by others about who were those people, and behind them their security was coming. I don't know if that would be feasible in Greece. Having Dimitris Papasteriou, for example, going through Keve and the ministries with an electrical bicycle, I know that. I know that he feels safe and performing. So I think that all the words the theory should become an action. It should not be something which is in fashion now and then, fashion is ephemeral and comes and goes. It has to be part of our culture, it has to be part of our education, and then on behalf of the municipalities, we can construct what is needed. In our municipality, we are now arranging and configuring a space and a lane of 8.5 kilometers at the waterfront, as it happens in the USA and in Europe, in many countries, in order to have safe cycling by conventional bicycles or electrical bicycles. That would be like a fresh breeze, if you want, not only for the citizens of the municipality, but of Attica. People should be able to use such micro devices, an electrical skate, for example. If we have 300 charging posts, then they will know that it's not just a means of transportation for children to have fun, but it is a leisure time transportation. It answers some operational, functional needs, and the area embraces that as something normal and supports it with protections, with lanes, specialized lanes, and with charging points. So we try to experiment in the cities, have conclusions as a civitas and then disseminate this knowledge in the European Commission of Transportation in order to create directives or regulations for the whole of Europe. Thank you, Mr. Konstantelos, for being so clear. It is important and wishful to have all these things done. Thank you. Stay online in order to follow the discussion here with all the panelists. You may have to intervene again. I'd like to ask Ms. Luciana Iorio.
Road traffic safety. You have such a large experience through the legal instruments you are coordinating. How do you believe that the urban mobility and traffic will evolve? And what are the challenges that regulators, the policymakers will face?
Oh, wow. This is the $1 million question. Okay. So, well, as I said before, I will not repeat the still time. We are approaching that at the Global Forum, and you know, because you raised the issue of the personal mobility. But as I said before, and I make reference to what the distinguished speaker before me just said, the electric mobility, the personal mobility devices are just a fragment of the change of the total change of the traffic of the future. So in order to change, that's what we are trying to do at the Global Forum, in order to change the mindset that it was said before this morning by the governor of Attica region and by His Excellency the Minister. In order to change the mindset, we have to give a meaning to this word, to these words, meaning that we start from the vision, and the vision is to get to the goals of the SDG of the Agenda 2030, to get to a better life in the city dwellings, to have a better life in the big city, in the mega cities, and so on. Then from the vision, we get to the strategy, how to get there. We have to change the traffic, we have to change the mindset, we have to change the layout of the urban city, and then we come to the work plan, to the rules, to the city planners, to the regulators. And by saying that, I will launch the stone in the pond by saying that if we really want to see the change in 10 years, because this is what the 20 years, we have to be more daring. We have to be more brave, you know, as a policymakers. This is what I suggest at the Global Forum. We have to be more brave, you know, and not to go for I would even be more thought-provoking, not to go for the public favor at the beginning, as the colleague before was saying, because maybe at the beginning will be a sort of a shell shock wave and everyone will be disgruntled, you know, but then in the long term, the benefits will come. You know, so just not to be so lenient at the beginning, have the vision in mind and make the change.
Yes, thank you for that. But please let us know, what do you believe micromobility is an issue, a challenge on the new traffic system?
A challenge for sure. It is a dangerous challenge at the moment because it is not ruled. I know that by saying that I could get, you know, a lot of comments, but the issue is that at this very moment it is not clear how this micromobility is going to be ruled. It is not clear if it is a vehicle, it was said before by another distinguished speakers, if the riders should stay by the traffic codes or if they have to invent their own rule and their own way of moving in traffic and on the pavement, down the pavement, endangering the other vulnerable road users and so on. So we have to be clear, if micromobility has to be one of the way to move on the road, then it has to be ruled as all the other transport modes who are on the carriageway or elsewhere. Rules, first of all. That's all.
Thank you, Luciana. Now, πηγαίνοντας στον κύριο Σκιάνη, για να μην...
Going back to Mr. Skianis, in order to stay with micromobility a bit longer. Dimitri, you are dealing with micromobility. You're using such a means of transport. How do you believe that it can improve how circulation is in Greece, in Athens most especially? Thank you for the invitation to this panel. Let me tell you that last year at that time we were talking about the same things with regard to micromobility, but this year, 1 year after that is, it should have been quite mature, but we're talking to a great extent about the same things, how that is micromobility can advance. I believe we are at the vicious circle right now. We know what the benefits are, but I think we don't try enough to encourage it. And I was covered by the previous speakers. Mr. Kostadelos is at the pleasant position to be with a municipality that has a lot of space, good urban planning, but going further to the city center, there is no room to spare. So we want to have micromobility, we like micromobility, but we don't give it enough space to develop. Micromobility is something we should be embracing. It's very easy for someone not to take the bicycle or the skate and take the car for 3 blocks and buy bread or a newspaper and go back home. But why is that happening? Because when he will try to do this by bicycle or skate, he will find so many obstacles that will just make him not to do this again. I'm sure that benefits are very obvious. Every time that a bicycle replaces a vehicle, it releases space, it saves energy. It's bad economy not to use bicycles in Athens. However, we need to dare, as it was said, and it's also a question of political will. We need to deprive cars from space in order to give it to micromobility. And the question is not where they will circulate, bicycles that is, but what happens in points of departure and points of arrival. If I am there and I don't have anywhere to lock it, or if the mall where I'm going does not accept bicycles within, sometimes in parking spots of the malls, they tell us you can't leave your bicycle here. So what happens? It doesn't make my life easier. I'll have to take my car again or some other means of transportation, certainly not a micromobility device. So we need to make decisions and do things as in the municipality of Mr. Kostadelos or other municipalities embracing these endeavors. But at the center of Athens or Thessaloniki, there is no space. So there we have to dare. Okay, so be daring. So, according to you, regarding the next steps, which should be the next steps? And what are the factors that could help more in disseminating micromobility? Apart from what Mr. Kostadelos said about the state, what should happen, the rules.
Κοιτάξτε, είμαστε σε ένα σχετικά καλό δρόμο. Πλέον, όσον αφορά τα μέσα μικροκινητικότητας, εδώ και αρκετό καιρό υπάρχει και το νομικό πλαίσιο που ρυθμίζει τη χρήση τους και γενικότερα βλέπουμε ότι γίνονται κινήσεις προς τη σωστή κατεύθυνση. Ωστόσο, εγώ στέκομαι και πάλι στο θέμα των υποδομών. Το θέμα της εκπαίδευσης είναι και αυτό πολύ σημαντικό.
The issue of education is very important. The Panos Milonas Institute is undertaking some very useful actions, and I can see that you are heavily involved in micromobility means, not only bike, but also the skates, the scooters, and this is very important because even young children know about how to use them effectively, because skates and scooters are not games, they are vehicles moving in public streets. So they need to know how to use them, not to use them on the sidewalks, because sidewalks are for pedestrians. The scooters are vehicles, they need to abide by the rules. The users need to be well trained and educated, but at the same time, they need to make the most of the benefits that they can get by using these micromobility vehicles. There has to be at the same time a mutual respect between the bikers, the ones using the scooters, the drivers of the cars, of the taxi, of the bus. And I also believe that there should be a more concerted effort so that the private entities can actually realize how important it is to support the micromobility vehicles. They can make some small steps in the beginning, but then they could make some more effective steps. For example, creating parking spaces for these micromobility vehicles. I believe that parking spaces are very important, especially in areas that are densely populated, where there is limited available space. It is very important to be able to leave your scooter or your bike somewhere and know that it will be safe. And of course, anything else that can be done in that direction is positive. There are some subsidies for electrical bikes, which is very positive. And generally, we can see that this market is maturing and is becoming more popular, and at the same time is perceived as something useful. So small steps in the right direction. We in the Institute, we have launched a small-scale program and a small-scale campaign on micromobility, which of course hasn't been broadcasted still by the ministry, but it will be. Thank you very much, Mr. Skianis, dear Dimitris. And now let's touch upon another issue, the interlock. Mr. Consoli, it was a great pleasure to have you with us in order to present these different applications that will be beneficial to all of us. In our country, we can actually get some benefits from programs that have been implemented in other countries like Sweden and others. I believe that now is the time to put into action these programs in our country. Since the improvement of road safety for all users, regardless of the means they use, is one of the challenges that we are faced with. And you talked about solutions. The solutions that you offer as dragger in order to prevent driving under the influence of alcohol, which is one of the main causes of accidents. 24% of accidents is due to consumption of alcohol. Could you tell us, the interlock devices can be used only in cars, or can they be used in all vehicles, or even in mass transportation means? You gave us the example of school buses, actually. So can they be installed in all vehicles in the public transportation means? I would like to thank you once again for the invitation and for the cooperation we have had until today. It has been a very productive cooperation, and it has enlightened us on what need to be the future steps. Now, with regard to the use of interlock, the truth is that it can be installed in a large number of vehicles, not only cars or buses, not only school buses. It can also be used in cranes. In other words, it can provide protection to people working in big working sites, people operating cranes. It can also be installed in heavy vehicles used in industrial plants that move huge volumes of materials, and we all understand that the risks involved in these areas are high. They can also be used in ADR vehicles, and allow me to say that this specific alcohol meter, the interlock alcohol meter, has the EN 5430 by the European organization that provides the license to be installed in this type of vehicles, and it can also be installed in trains. In other words, anything that is mechanically moved can actually use interlock in order to ensure protection for the use of the vehicle. So it increases safety for anyone using this specific alcohol meter. This is very important because we know that when it comes to heavy-duty vehicles, when there are accidents, these tend to be very serious and almost always fatal. I would like to ask you, given that the first time we presented to the Ministry of Transport the interlock system, there was a journalist who said, okay, the Greeks will find a way to diverge, to fool the system. And I was impressed by that statement. Do you believe that the driver can actually trick that system? Are there any safety guards, safety
Για το πρωινό από την εταιρεία μου.
safety measures for that? What would be the value of a system that could be fooled? None. That is why the company has taken care so that there is no such possibility. The system has to be regulated from the start in order for the driver to blow in this specific device. So, in the beginning, the driver blows in the specific device, and then during driving, that same driver is asked again to blow for a second time, which means that you cannot fool the system. And then there is a connection with the lights so that the vehicle starts turning on and off the lights the moment it detects a problem. And as you can understand, immediately the authorities will realize that something is wrong and will approach the vehicle for a control. The second option is the use of camera, which I did not mention in my presentation because I didn't want to tire the audience. So the camera is installed in the car, in the driver's seat. It is compatible with any alcohol meter used by the user. It scans the features of the face of the user, and once the car starts, the camera is regulated in such a way as to identify any changes in the face. You can understand that no one can actually take the driving seat in order to continue driving, and this is how we ensure the optimum safety for this system, and nobody can trick it. Very useful, everything you said. And we can actually say these things to people who question the safety of this system. Allow me to ask you another question, if you allow me. Could you give us an idea about the cost of an interlocked device, of an alcohol meter, so that we can have an idea of what the cost is? Because there may be people saying that these are very expensive, not accessible, because we have many delinquent youngsters who are referred to us, and we want to enlighten them about these issues. So what is the cost? The cost is very important for the user before making the final choice. Now, when it comes to the alcohol meter interlock type, the last model, which will be marketed in September, it will be the most advanced model that the company has ever marketed. Allow me to tell you that the experience we have accumulated is huge, because the alcohol meter appeared in the European market in 1953. So you can understand that technology and the knowledge that we have gathered with regard to this specific device is enormous. 1,400 euros is the cost of interlock. But you will allow me to say that the value of such a device is that big that it's not even important to think about it, because we spend the same amount of money to buy a mobile phone, whereas the value of the device is far greater than the value of a mobile phone. That is why I don't believe it is an expensive device, especially if we take into account the huge value and the huge benefits that it offers us. huge value even for a private entity, not only for a company. Now, with regard to the alcohol meters, these are of different types. And as I said in my presentation, there is the alcohol meter, which has simply a defined acceptable limit for the alcohol percentage in our breath, therefore in our blood, which simply checks and tells us, okay, the amount of alcohol in the blood is below this specific level, so okay, you have the green light. And there are the other types of alcohol meter that give us the exact amount of milligrams of alcohol in our blood. So the cost of a simple alcohol meter starts from 110 euros, and then depending on the type of alcohol meter, there is an increase in price. So if we take into account that lives can be saved and that we have seen cases with bus drivers, like the case that Mr. Kouliarakis said earlier, or with the drivers of school buses that have consumed alcohol, we can understand that the cost should not be something that we should take seriously into account. Okay, in conclusion, I would like to say that the alcohol meter is the best gift that the parents can give to their children. Yes, very important. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Manos, along with Vangelis, we have a very powerful and dynamic operation. Of course, you are responsible for technology issues and engineering issues. Would you like to add something apart from what Vangelis said? I believe that we covered many different topics, so we've heard many interesting presentations today. One conclusion that we could draw in the context of this panel is that the problems are multifaceted. There are several factors involved, and that is why what we really need is a holistic approach. Of course, we focus on road safety. However, we are also active in sustainable mobility, and that is why we are trying to develop a holistic approach in order to take all these different aspects into account. And a beautiful example is the one that we always mentioned in our training sessions, that in the streets we are parts of a domino. If one part of the domino falls, then it will affect all the others, which means that we are only part of a sum. If we do not know how to behave, then this sum will cease to operate well. Yes, and this is associated with the 17th Sustainable Development Goal, which actually pertains to cooperation, because as also the minister said, and as we said in our presentation, we all have a role to play as citizens, as a state, as communities. Are there any questions from the audience before I thank all the participants? And of course, if you would like to add something, please. If I could add something to what we were talking before, that is that reference should be made to the speed limits in the cities. Recently, there has been an initiative taken in order to set the speed limit at 30 kilometers. This is something that can actually become a reality in the coming years. Hopefully, it will be implemented. We'll see how it goes in Greece, of course, but it is very important, especially when it comes to the users of micromobility devices. And in these, I include the motorbikes, the electrical bikes, which, as is well known and based on the legislation, have a speed limit of 45 kilometers per hour. So it is very important to set this speed limit in the cities, because this will allow a smooth flow without great difference at speeds of different types of vehicles, which of course is very important for road safety, because you can understand that a scooter or a bike that needs to move at 25 kilometers per hour and share the same street with a vehicle that is allowed to move at 50 or 60 kilometers an hour, you can understand that this poses great risks, especially for the user of the micromobility vehicle, and problems for everyone. So I believe that this is something very important that we need to promote in the future in order to ensure a universal implementation, or at least in specific areas and zones. Thank you, Dimitris. Can I take the floor? Yes. Yes, I would address to you, Mr. Konstantelos, before I give the floor to Luciana in order to close this session. I would like to make a couple of comments, which I deem very interesting, and say something about speed. Speed is an important cause of accidents. And the strange thing is the following, that the biggest number of deaths is at speeds that are not excessive, at speeds that are below 70 kilometers per hour. Based on what we know, there are already some trials being conducted so that in specific areas, and especially I know an area outside Toronto, Canada, and always in the context of the IoT, the Internet of Things, devices will be installed in cars, devices that will cut speed, that will reduce speed automatically. This will be done in a context that will be digitally regulated in order for the speed limits to be observed. And allow me to say something else, something that I say when I talk about my past in the aircraft industry. I say that when I give some interviews or when I take part in shows in order to talk about safety of air journeys.
Φιολογήματος, να το πω και σε εσάς, με ρωτούν.
They ask me, what is the most dangerous stage of a flight? My answer always is the following. The most dangerous stage of a flight is from the house to the airport, so we should take that into account. Thank you very much for this intervention and for this remark. And knowing that you are well-experienced pilot, I remember that ever since I was working in OTE. I remember that we were always happy to fly with you, and I remember what you were saying at the beginning of the flight and at the end of the flight. So it's very important that you say that. If you allow me something to say about safety issues, something that not many people are aware of, and that is that when it comes to drownings that we have in our beaches in the summer, 99.5% of drownings is happening at a distance of 25 meters from the coast. I know that this may sound strange, but we have approximately 350 drownings a year. And this is something that people should be aware of so that they become more sensitized. Out of the 350 drownings, 345 have happened at a distance of 0 up to 25 meters from the coast. So you can understand that these issues are far more complex. And that is why we need to touch upon the different aspects of all the issues so that people can understand them perfectly. Yes, you are absolutely right, Mr. Konstantelos. Thank you very much. And if there are no further questions, we have no time, by the way. Luciana?
Mrs. Milona, yes, I would just seize on the word just said by Professor Costatello, and I will say that I enjoyed this event very much because almost everyone has been involved. From the central government, we had the minister, then the regional government, the city governments, the stakeholders involved on different issues, the research, the institute involved with the special capillary action. I think that this is the ideal way to tackle such an important issue, which is transforming the mobility to transform the cities. That's the real gist of this event. So I have really enjoyed it, and congratulations to the organizer and to the other distinguished speakers.
Εγώ να ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ τους
I would like to thank our distinguished guests. I would like to thank Mr. Pounarakis for the excellent cooperation, Mr. Rouzunis, all the speakers, all those who followed us until this time, both here in person but also online. You can find all the presentations you need on the platform. I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I would also like to thank all my colleagues and also the technicians for the support they provided us with. Thank you very much. Thank you all. In conclusion, if you allow me, I feel proud of the fact that the fifth Auto Forum is the main topic of news on all channels, because we had the minister to present the plan of the government to resolve the traffic problem. We've heard the director for infrastructure, Ms. Karyotis, from the region, analyze in depth the plans for the future and also present to us in detail all the plans. We also heard the representative of the Association of Drivers, Mr. Vasilakis, the vice president of the private CTEO, Mr. Karaferis. We heard Mr. Kofinas explain to us how the country will become electrical, and we also had the opportunity to identify whether Attica is a sustainable region or not. My own personal view is that Attica is not a sustainable region. My wish is that in the future we will be proven wrong. Thank you very much. All the best to you.